Alrighty, we are live. Welcome everyone. Uh, my name is Beegs. This is the Stuffed Beagle channel. Tonight we're going to do a special broadcast. Um, this is some research I've been working on ever since the events in Utah at the UVU campus pertaining to Charlie Kirk. And I'm going to lay out everything I've got tonight, lay it all on the table, and let the chips fall where they may. This is going to be my 2 cents, and I hope it helps you all.
You think you know my struggles, my pain, my journey? Let me tell you something. Don't judge me by what you see or hear. I didn't walk this path to impress anyone. People love to point fingers, to act like they know everything, but they don't know my story. You don't know what I had to sacrifice, because everything I've become was built from battles you never saw.
Okay, we're ready to go. I got the beagle in the lap, and we're gonna do. It's gonna be a little bit different tonight. This broadcast is not gonna be about my normal topics. There will be no discussion of old world research, mud flood, Tartaria, no meltology, no anything other than Charlie Kirk EMTs, and I'm not going to be discussing any other Charlie Kirk theories either. This is only going to be pertaining to my research into the Charlie Kirk UVU EMS EMTs that were on site and were denied the ability to help Charlie Kirk by Charlie Kirk's security team. And I'm going to lay everything on the table tonight, everything I have. My hopes is that someone will pick up the ball and roll with it. I'm hoping that someone like Candace Owens or Ian Carroll, Valhalla VFT, Baron Cohen, somebody with a larger audience, the ability to go deeper diving and do a thorough investigation of these EMTs that I'm going to show you the data on. I need a bigger voice. I have tried to get the story out. I am too small of a voice in order to get the story out. People don't know about this. This story started here on this channel, as my loyal viewers are well aware. It started here, and here's where I'm going to leave it. I'm going, unless some major development comes around and nobody picks it up, I will lay this down and walk away. I'm not going to be taking any questions until possibly the end of the show. I've got a lot to go through. It's going to be pretty tiring on me. But I am interested in your questions. So if you put them in the chat, I will read them later. If you can leave a comment, I will respond. I am interested in your opinions. I am interested in any, more data that you have, any information you have, any perspectives you have. That's very important to me. But I keep it to the EMTs. I for this live stream, I have no interest in any other theories. Now, I want to make it very clear that I am not accusing anyone of illegal acts here. I am just going to present my findings. Is it possible that laws have been broken here? Yes, absolutely, 100%. By who is a question that is above my pay grade. I do not have those answers because I'm not a lawyer. I don't, I'm not a medical EMS person. I don't have the legal knowledge to know who is in the wrong here. All I can do is present you what I've found. Now, I'm going to lay out a lot of data here, and I'm going to try to, get through it as fast as possible. Please bear with me. Thank you for your time. We are under a major storm coming upon us. I think they've pushed it back tonight. If this broadcast does go down due to either power failure or internet failure, I will redo this broadcast. I will take it down. I need to get all the way through it. I think that's about all. Welcome 6R. Welcome Hippie Shake. Welcome Kathy Broughton. I hope you're all well. I hope you're staying warm, staying safe. We're going to go ahead and get into this, and I'm going to go ahead and present my first bit of evidence. I'm going to go ahead and play this video, and I will be stopping here and there and giving you commentary on that.
The campaign, this isn't my fight, this is the fight, and I'm honored to rub shoulders with people like you and all of that. So yeah, thanks for the questions.
Hope to see you on the campaign trail.
Likewise.
Now you will notice that the two EMTs are standing directly behind the politician here, Phil Lyman. This is about 25 minutes prior to Charlie Kirk arriving on scene, and they are standing stage left of the tent. Staging terms, if you do not understand, if you were standing on the stage looking at the audience, stage left is to your left. If you raise your left hand, that is stage left. When you exit stage left, you go to your left. Stage right is the opposite. If you are staring at the stage, stage left is on your right. So when I say stage left and stage right, that is what I'm referring to. In this image, they are stage left. The gentleman that is directly behind Phil Lyman here is a gentleman named Connor Doherty. He is a licensed Utah EMT, and he is working for UVU University on this day. I do not have the name or information of the second EMT. If you have that information, I would love to have that. Now, this is, like I said, 25 minutes prior to Charlie arriving. These two EMTs have medical jump bags. Actually, excuse me, not jump bags. They have medical slings, which is the black band around his neck there. And they both have UVU EMS shirts on, t-shirts on, which are regulation per UVU rules. They both have TAC radios. So they are fully, authorized to be there for this event. They are there for this event, and they are clearly visible at this time behind Phil Lyman.
We'll be there. All right.
Now the video is slowed down here, and you'll be able to see Connor Doherty, and you'll be able to see the back of his shirt has the EMS logo on it. You will see his radio. That is EMS number 2 to the left-hand side of the screen. I call them EMS 1 and EMT 1 and EMT 2. Just so you know, I'll be referring to them quite regularly. And they pass directly behind Phil Lyman, and you see the Charlie Kirk tent right behind him. There is his medical sling on his back. They have more medical equipment with them. They're just not carrying it at this moment, but you will see their medical kits in their possession, in their hands shortly. Okay, So that's the end of that video. Now, let me go ahead and share another video, the next video. Let's see.
That beautiful. Look at that.
This is Charlie Kirk arriving backstage, and he is pulling in the SUV. And what is very, very interesting about this video, as you will see here in a minute, EMT number 1, Connor Doherty, is on site at the exact drop-off location Charlie Kirk is dropped off at. Now, I don't believe in coincidences, and I know a lot of you don't either. But what are the odds of him being in the exact drop-off location if he wasn't told to be at that exact drop-off location?
All right, 3, 2, 1, smile. Awesome, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
You will see Phil Lyman was in that shot as well with Charlie Kirk. The black UTV on the right-hand side of the screen is the UVU EMS UTV that was being driven by Connor Doherty. It is directly beside the drop-off location where they let Charlie Kirk out, where he could do his meet and greet with the TPUSA staff. That is Connor Doherty standing beside the UTV in the black shorts and the gray shirt straight ahead, white shoes. The odds of him being in the exact spot needed to be for the drop-off, there is his medical jump bags in the back of the UTV. He will be using those later.
Wow, look at that. Beautiful. Look at that. Just getting a little taste.
See the medical jump bags? And there's Connor Doherty, and he is just chilling there eating some snacks. Okay, he's calm and cool. He's got his radio. He's got his medical sling on. He's ready to go. He's at the exact drop-off location. So he is standing there ready to go. They drop Charlie Kirk off. He does a meet and greet with the TPUSA volunteer staff for the event. And another weird thing is Brian Harpole says that they canceled this meet and greet. They did not. This is Phil Lyman and Charlie Kirk, and they're getting their picture taken together, but the UVU EMS EMT UTV is right behind them in the picture. These guys were deeply embedded in this event. They were right there the whole time. Alrighty, so let me bring up the next video. Bear with me, you guys. This is going to be a little sketchy on getting everything together. So just bear with me.
How many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
All right, what is important about this? This is seconds before, maybe 30 seconds before Charlie Kirk was shot, and Connor Doherty, EMT number 1, is going to walk directly behind the tent, coming from stage right, going to stage left. He is carrying his medical jump bag.
It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Connor Doherty's right there carrying 2 medical jump bags directly behind the tent. All righty. Now, let me present the next video. Okay, the next video is going to be Charlie Kirk when he is shot. There, you're not going to see the shot though. Okay, wait a minute, let me back it up a little bit. The EMTs are located stage left behind the tent. They have run backwards, but their medical jump bags are on the ground, and you can see their legs when it's zoomed in. I will zoom in here in a minute, and you'll be able to see clearly. They were right there. Now, they did the right thing by staying back because they didn't want to get into the event. They're supposed to, until it's clear, they're supposed to stay back. But they ran backwards, not too far, maybe 10 or 15 feet, because you can't tell them. The medical jump bags are on the floor there. The security team is scrambling to get Charlie Kirk off the ground. Within about 16 to 20 seconds, they get him off the ground. They rush him out. The medical jump bags, if you notice right there in the background, Connor Doherty is reaching down for his medical jump bag. That is Connor Doherty right there backstage, getting ready to go into action, getting ready to help. EMS number 2 is back there. So now, Connor Doherty has just started to walk behind the security team. You will see footage from the front here in a few minutes. This is a close-up of the medical jump bags. You see EMT2's legs standing behind the medical jump bags. Connor Doherty is also right there. You see his legs with the white shoes right there. They're waiting for the coast to be clear, okay, which is what they're supposed to do. They're doing the right thing. They're following protocol 100%. That's Connor Doherty grabbing his bag, his medical jump bag. He already has his medical sling around him, and EMT2 will be grabbing his bag as well. Now, going to the next video. Alrighty, let's see. Alrighty, this is a clearer image of the security team and the medical jump bags in the background. You can clearly see the EMTs were staged directly behind the tent, stage left. They were right there the whole time. Okay, but they're not supposed to go into the danger until the coast is clear. That is their protocol. That is what they're supposed to do. They followed procedure. Okay, so that is a good thing. I do believe they follow procedure to a point. I do have some questions. Not at this point, but a little bit later. I think that, getting him off the X, as they say, may have been the right thing to do, because at this point they do not know if there's another shooter. Well, supposedly. Okay, well, we know that, there is no, I don't think there is a shooter, but in my personal opinion, but I'm pretty, sure that it wasn't a, 30-06, and I'm pretty sure that Tyler Robinson was not there doing this. I don't have any belief in that, but that doesn't matter. This is what they know at this time. Another thing is, a lot of people say, oh, well, he was dead the moment he hit the ground. You don't know that. Okay, you don't know that. Okay, they say we know that now. I'm not even sure about that, but you don't know that. Okay. So until, okay, you know that, and you're a medical doctor has cleared that person and says that they are, dead, that they're DOA. Okay. Until that they have been declared dead, you don't know that. So your opinion as to, oh, he was shot, he was dead before he hit the ground, does not matter. Your opinion does not matter, period. Okay. From a medical, from a emergency medical position, your opinion does not matter, period. Your opinion does not matter. If he was dead before he hit the ground, fine, but you don't know that. Okay. And nobody will ever know that. And a medical doctor is the only person to declare him dead. Until he's declared dead, there needs to be care given. Period. No questions. It's the law. Okay, it's the law, y'all. Okay. This camera's doing weird. Okay, and present the next video. Okay. This is Connor Doherty and EMT number 1 and EMT number 2 walking back towards the tent after Charlie was shot. He's still on the ground. Security team is getting ready to lift him up. They have come back from running away after hearing the shot. This is backstage behind the tent. They are walking towards the tent. That is one of Charlie Kirk's security guards right there. They are walking towards their medical junk bags, trying to figure out what the next move is. They don't know if the scene is secure. They don't know what's going on. They were backstage when it happened. They did not see Charlie get shot. They don't even know probably at this point really what's going on. They probably heard a shot or something, and they are trying to figure it out. They don't know anything yet. Okay. So we're going to present the next video here. Okay, right here you will see Connor Doherty, EMT number 1, walking behind the security team as they carry Charlie to the SUV, carrying his medical jump bag with his medical sling around the back of his back, walking calmly because they're supposed to walk. That's protocol as well. That is procedure as well for an EMT, for an EMS, for a emergency medical person to walk, not run. Okay? They are to walk, not run. All righty. Let's see. Okay, this is the security team carrying Charlie. There is the police officer. One interesting note about that police officer, and I don't have an answer for this, but Brian Harple made a statement on one of his interviews where he said that this police officer was not hired for the event. He just showed up. Now, I think that needs to be looked into. I think that is a lead for somebody to look deeper into. He just showed up was his response to that. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? And not to mention, why was there no police officers backstage that were scheduled to be there, that were supposed to be there? Why did this guy just show up? Now, Connor Doherty is walking behind the security team, carrying his medical jump bag, and you will see his medical jump bag in the right corner of the screen as he passes the police officer. I believe it's Officer Kim, if I'm not mistaken. And there's the officer. He was, from my understanding, from Brian Harple, says he was not supposed to be there. He just showed up. There's the medical jump bag on the right-hand side. That is EMT number 1 walking behind. You see he is about 15 steps, 15 feet, maybe 20 feet behind the security team. All righty, let me get to the next video. Thank you for all for bearing with me. This is, a little bit painful, but it needs to be done.
Back to you.
This is Charlie Kirk being carried by the security team. There's Connor Doherty, EMT number 1, walking behind the security team, carrying his medical jump bag with his radio, with his medical sling, clearly labeled in a UVU EMS shirt, which is protocol for UVU EMS people. And he is ready to go in action. He is following protocol. He is walking. Very important. All righty. Let's see. Okay, this video is taken from kind of far away, but you see Connor Doherty, EMT number 1, walking behind the security team. And he's got his medical jump bag, his medical sling, he's got his radio, he's got his clearly labeled shirt. You see Frank Turk running to the back of the SUV, which we'll talk about later. And EMT number 2 is on the right-hand side, coming in from the right. If you'll notice, he's right there, right beside that silver car. Both EMTs are on scene at this point. 2 EMTs are on scene right beside, 5 feet away from Charlie Kirk when this happens. Ready to go in service, ready to do their job, they're trained for, ready to use the equipment that they are carrying. All right, let's get to the next video. Okay, this is another angle for a Kirk SUV. You will not see the EMTs at this point, but they are to the left, as you already know. So in this angle, which is one of the angles that came out originally, people did not see the EMTs. And so they didn't know they were there. It wasn't until later videos came out, and also when I started zooming in on the videos. Candace Owens showed what I believe maybe the next video, and I'll tell you which one it is, but it's the one where the AV guy took from standing up on the ledge. She showed the video and clearly showed the EMTs right there, and she didn't notice this. So, I don't know, she either didn't notice it or she ignored it. And if she didn't notice it, I'm hoping she'll hear me now. If she ignored it, I want to know why. All right, let me get to the next video. Okay, there's Connor Doherty and EMT number 2 with their medical slings. They have 2 medical slings, 2 medical jump bags, and 2 radios, both clearly labeled as EMS, standing right there, 5 feet away from. There's Dan Flood. They're 5 feet away from Dan Flood as they put him in the SUV. They are right there. Now, if they didn't see these guys, they're blind. Okay, they're blind. And there is also evidence that states that they did offer their services and were denied. Here, EMT number 2 is taking off his medical sling and trying to hand it to the security team, and they did not take the medical sling. They did not accept his offer of medical care. Why? Why did they do that? Why would you turn down medical care in a situation like this? Why? That is a question that needs to be asked. Brian Harpole claims he didn't see them. Oh, they were there. Or first he said no, they were nowhere on site. They were nowhere to be seen. You'll see that later. I'll share that video. Okay. And yes, Squatch 138 is saying because it's fake. It is possible that this event was faked. It is staged. It is a psyop. Absolutely possible. That is absolutely possible. I do not rule that out. Matter of fact, I would even lean towards that way. But that is not the point of this exercise. The point of this exercise is to prove that medical care was not accepted without a question. All righty. That is another discussion. Okay, this is the 80 guy shooting up on the thing here, looking down, and this is the video that Candace Owens showed. I will zoom in here in a minute, and you will clearly see the EMT. Okay, they're going to come in from the right-hand side, and there they are, right there. Okay, EMT number 1 and number 2 on site with 2 medical slings. He tries to hand him the medical sling. Frank Turk jumps in the back. They're right there. 100% proof that they were there, that they did try to provide their services. Now, you don't need words to be spoken to understand what these gentlemen are trying to do. They're trying to do their job. They're trying to help this person. They're trying to make sure this person gets medical care. And they don't know what to do. They're just dumbfounded as to what's happened. Connor Doherty's putting his medical jump bag on the ground there. EMT number 2's just like dumbfounded, like why are we not being allowed to help? He's got his medical sling in hand. Here, I've got it right here. At least take my medical sling right here. This is what you need. Okay. Now we'll hear Brian Harple's argument for this, and we'll talk about that too. This is what Candace Owens missed. Now, why did she miss this? I don't know. I think this is important. It probably is a psyop, Tommy Rogers, but that's not the point of this exercise. That's not the point that I'm trying to make here. Okay. I don't believe there was a 30-06 or a Tyler Robinson. Matter of fact, I've done videos where I discuss what I believe on this, but this is not that video. It's not the point of this video. This is a very specific set of data that I'm trying to share and get out to the people. I've been trying for a very long time, and I don't know how else to get this out. All right. And moving on to the next video. And let's see. Okay, this is going to be George Zinn, and then EMT number 1 and number 2 are backstage left behind the tent as George Zinn is taken behind them. You'll see blood there on the ground as they pan the camera down. There's actual blood drip on the ground. At some point, might be a different video, but they passed right beside the UDU EMS UCV, and this is slowed down. This is about, I believe it was about 3 minutes after the shot, and Connor Doherty is right there. He's got his medical glove on, gloves on, and you got EMT number 2 right here with his medical sling. They're still trying to figure out what's going on. There, their medical jump bags on the ground. And George Zinn is being arrested, which he is part of what I think is a psyop. Alrighty. And let me share another video. And this is another George Zinn. This is where they carry him right beside the UTV, the UVU EMS UTV. And you will see it coming up here right there. And they will get closer to it. So they're, the EMTs are, pretty deeply embedded in this story. Right there. That is the UVU EMS UTV. See what people miss when they can't see the forest for the trees. So I believe that is a psyop with George Zinn. That's just my opinion, but I'm not here to prove that. There's one of the security guards. You can see he's got blood on his hands, and you see it says EMS UVU right there on the UTV. And the point of looking at that is to show that they were right there embedded, that they were right there ready to go. They were prepared for medical services, not enough for the crowd that we'll talk about later, but they were there. They were there. That is what's critical to this. And I think you could make a different argument as to why they weren't, there weren't enough, why there was no ambulance, why there were not more EMTs. I think there is an argument to be made there, but that is not the argument we are making tonight. Can only, do what I can do. Alrighty. This is a time-coded from the time the shot was done. This was done from a gentleman who was recording live when it did it.
There's been a shooting. There's been a shooting. We heard shots. We heard shots.
And he would walk there, and he is the one that actually shot the images that I first saw of the EMTs that sparked my investigation.
You guys okay? Okay, love you. Be safe.
The reason that this is important, I think, is it gives you a timeline as to
apparently there's been a shooting.
A few things.
I don't know who's been shot.
This also shows George Zinn at one point where he's starting to yell, that he shot him.
We are here live at Utah Valley State University. There's been a shooting at the Charlie Kirk event, the tpusa event. There has been a shooting. Everybody's evacuating. I don't know if that was shots or if that was fireworks, to be honest, but...
How are you doing, sir?
Good, how are you doing?
Were you able to see anything that happened?
I was standing right here interviewing people. Hang on. Charlie Kirk got shot? Holy shit, Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck is what my kid is saying.
Your kid's saying Charlie?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. My son is down there. He says that Charlie Kirk has been shot in the neck. This is unconfirmed. This is from my son who was down there right in front of Charlie Kirk. We're going to go down there and see if we can get any more info. My son just said Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck.
He is going to run
I don't know the
across
accuracy of that.
a kid when he gets down here who visibly shows that he's showing Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck, which I think is very interesting. he either saw something or
You guys
he
okay?
was, you know, supposed to do that, supposed to show that. He's coming up here soon. He's a blonde-haired kid. He's right there in the green shirt. Watch him carefully.
My son just said that on the phone.
It sounded like to me like it came from up there.
You sound like a
I
sharpshooter.
think that's a very important shot right there for other researchers to look into that kid and maybe ask him some questions about what he saw, what he heard. Now he's going to walk over to the tent area, and as he goes down, he will run into the officer that you saw earlier of EMT 2. And they are already, George Zen has already been taken backstage. They have just seen Charlie Kirk walk past them. There's the officer at EMT 2. He's still got his medical sling on. EMT 1 is coming up from the bottom here with his medical jump bags. And I'll show you some images later. The look in his eyes.
We have
he is
multiple
seeing
eyewitnesses
something.
saying that Charlie Kirk has been shot in the neck.
Definitely
They
seen
saw
something.
blood spray.
He looks traumatized. This is a little bit later, and it's taken from stage right looking to stage left, and you see Connor Doherty, EMT 1 and EMT 2. That was Chief Long that just passed the camera, and the EMTs are back in the background. Got plainclothes officers walking around. There's EMT 2 picking up his sling.
Safety team is here. I just heard them say the active shooter, Charlie Kirk, has been shot. Charlie Kirk got hit.
There's the EMT 1 on the left-hand side, EMT 2 on the right-hand side. They still don't know what to do. They haven't helped anybody yet. There's nobody to help. Directing traffic.
My son just messaged me and says that Charlie Kirk.
You need to leave back to the grass as much as possible. The guy who was arrested, I got a photo of. Yeah.
Okay, this is a shot that was taken with the EMT 1 and 2 backstage. This is after after the shot. You see the security guards in the blue shirt and the hat, and the AV guy with the glasses, the one that took the video from backstage up on the embankment, the one that Candace Owens shared. And they're still back there. They're right there, back in the position they started at. Alrighty, let me remove that from studio. Okay, and go to the next video here. This is going to be Candace Owens.
The states dictate the protocol, and you're required to, after you have a certain number of attendees at an event, you are required to have an ambulance on standby. And I don't know Utah state law, but I also found that weird, that there wouldn't have been an ambulance on standby. Again, correct me if I'm wrong.
That is true, to an extent, depending on the size of your crowd and the scope of the event. You are required to have an ambulance on hand, and there's a health officer that is assigned to an event, and they are to make that determination. So the question is, who is the health officer for this event, and why did they not have a ambulance on standby? Why did they not have more medical staff on standby? I think that it pertains to, they say if you listen carefully, they say, "Oh, we were gonna sell tickets, and we sold, I think, 1,000 tickets or something like that. It was going to be a ticketed event, and then we said, nah, screw it, just let everybody in." And more people showed up, and they had 3,000 people there. The thing is that, you know, they knew clearly before the event started, when Charlie got there, that there was that many people there. They could have easily called in an ambulance. Number one, they could have easily called in more EMTs for many different reasons. I mean, UVU has a very large emergency medical service training program. So I'm pretty sure they could have got more people very quickly. In the background here, you see that is an actual UVU ambulance. That is part of their training apparatus. They actually have their own ambulances and fire trucks. They have a whole plethora of things. They are a full service training facility for first responders.
But seemed atypical to me.
Okay. Sorry, I thought that one was almost had a little bit more, but it didn't. Okay. Now, this is something I think is very important, and for those of you that believe this is a false flag psyop.
Session today for first responders at Utah Valley University responding to a mass casualty event involving a bomb.
It may have been training, but as news specialist Andrew Adams found out from police, the training is as important as it's ever been.
Police say they hope to never encounter a situation like this in real life, but the reality is there are more threats across the country recently, and they want to be ready.
Did something hurt?
First responders were already scrambling after the call came in about a threat.
Several social media messages that said there was a bomb inside this facility, which is
That's
our
Chief
UCCU
Long.
center.
And then out of nowhere, everything changed. Smoke billowed through the hallways of UVU's basketball arena. The injured were everywhere, inside and outside.
I got ringing in my ears.
And medics were rushing after a bomb apparently went off.
Dude, a lot of burns, a lot of extremity injuries.
It looked like a nightmare scenario for everyone.
We need to get you to the hospital right away.
Except none of it was real.
All right, so what we're doing here today is we had a bomb blast exercise.
The exercise involved crews from multiple surrounding departments and the county bomb squad, which came equipped with the latest technology.
Where we can put a robot in harm's way and not a person, we'll put a robot in harm's way.
Police say bomb threats have been on the rise across the country.
We had one last week down at Provo, and it's pretty common.
You guys okay?
Our main focus as law enforcement the last few years have been active shooters.
Femur fracture with heavy bleeding, so we've got a tourniquet.
But now we also need to be training for a bomb situation.
Using live actors with injuries that looked real.
Nice and easy now.
The hope was to accurately gauge preparedness.
I'm going to rate this at an 8 out of 10.
In the event a bomb sometime in the future is no longer just a drill.
We want to make sure that we know how to effectively respond to that and try to save as many lives as possible.
Police say, as always, the message to the general public is see something, say something can make a huge difference in a situation like this. They also say it's good to know first aid skills because nobody ever knows when they'll be pressed into duty. In Orem, Andrew Adams, KSL 5 News.
A bomb blast exercise at Utah Valley University. The full-scale training brought police officers, SWAT, and other first responders to the campus in Orem, giving several agencies a chance to work together, all with the same goal of saving lives. Now, organizers say drills like these are important, especially with recent bomb threats made in Utah County. And there have actually been a couple of events just recently with bomb threats. A week or so ago, there was a bomb threat at the Utah County Health Department, administrative buildings. They had to evacuate. So that kind of cemented for us exactly why we're doing what we're doing today.
Well, 50 volunteers were acting as people who were injured, making today's drill more realistic for first responders.
Okay. Now, I want to share some images with you. Let's see. Let me share a screen. Sorry. Let's see. Get the right one. And I'll go ahead and do my little doodad here. Okay, that should be right. This mass casualty event training exercise that was held at UVU was held on June 17th, 2025. Okay, very shortly before the Charlie Kirk event. Okay, now here's what else is interesting. Connor Doherty, EMT number 1, is right in the center of your screen. UVU hosts realistic bomb simulation with first responders helicopter. That is Connor Doherty. He is wearing his UVU EMS EMT uniform, polo shirt style. I've had a lot of people say, oh, he's not an EMT because he's wearing a t-shirt. Well, if you read the UVU EMS policies, they are allowed to wear a t-shirt, a UVU EMS t-shirt. That is part of their policy. On this event, during this event, this training event, Connor Doherty was wearing his polo shirt. Now I'll show you some better pictures. Police cars, fire crew, SWAT units. Let me check something here. Okay. And life flight helicopter will flock to Utah Valley University, but it's just a drill. Warning, this article contains fake images of fake industries created with theatrical makeup, which may be shocking to some viewers. Okay, well, okay, we're grown-ups here. Orem, Utah. Police cars, fire crews, SWAT units, ambulance, and life flight helicopter flocked to Utah Valley University Tuesday, but it was just a drill. University officials gave notice that a bomb simulation was going to take place at the campus UCC Center on June 17th from 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Officials said there would be 50 people with theatrical makeup and fake injuries to enhance the realism of the simulation. First responders and officials from nearly 20 agencies, units, and departments participated in the drill. These included resources from county, state, university, and healthcare institutions. Bomb simulation comes a week after government buildings in Provo were evacuated due to bomb threats. Provo police said the threats came through calls that gave countdown of 34 minutes for when the bomb would supposedly go off. The caller said if the bomb did not go off, they would start shooting the employees. After hundreds of employees evacuated, police investigated the scene. They determined that the threat was not credible and cleared the employees to return to work. The university provided a full list of the agencies involved in the drill, which can be seen below. Utah County Multi-Agency Coordination Center, MACC Personnel Trailer. Special Response Team, SRT. Explosive Ordnance Disposal, EOD. Special Weapons and Tactics, SWAT Team. Emergency Medical Services, EMS, Lehigh, American Fork, Orem, Provo, Spanish Fork. Orem Police Department, Taw County Health Department. Healthcare, hospitals, American Fork 20 patients, and Spanish Fork, 10 patients. Life flight helicopter for patient transport, Intermountain Center for Disaster Preparedness, ICDP, state federal government, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, Civilian Support Team, CST, Utah Department of Emergency Management, DEEM, Utah Valley University, UVU Police Department Dispatch and Officers, Utah Fire and Rescue Academy, UFRA Trailer and Staff, Emergency Management, Safety and Environmental Health Staff, others, Mountainland Tactical College EMT students, Medical Reserve Corps, Utah County Health Department, Nelson Fire Systems. Now, this is a better picture of Connor Doherty in his UVU Emergency Medical EMT uniform with his radio, and he is participating in a mass casualty event several months before Charlie Kirk was taken down. This is also Connor Doherty during the drill right here, and you can see clearly he's labeled UVU Emergency Medical Team, and he is clearly involved here. These are some more shots from the event. Beagle's getting sparky, y'all. There's the robot. Some casualties here. Carrying victims out. Got people staged here. This is all from the mass casualty event. You got your, your Mulan there. So this was a big deal. This was, they should have been like, super prepared for the Charlie Kirk event. This is a shot from a training exercise that UVU did. But I wanted to show this shot because it showed the Utah Valley University ambulance. This is a shot of Connor Doherty as he's coming up and running up the hill here, and he's clearly seen some shit. He is very serious about his job. I think you can clearly see that on his face. But you notice he's got his medical jump bag. EMT number 2 over here has his medical sling there. He's got his gloves in hand. Connor Doherty already has his gloves on. And they're not supposed to put their gloves on until they are going to make contact with a patient. So he had his gloves on before they brought George Zinn past, but not before he walked to the SUV. So I don't know when he put the gloves on, but it was sometime between the time he arrived at the back of the SUV and the time he saw George Zinn. So within a minute after arriving at the SUV, he put on the gloves. I don't know when. I do not have video of that. There is the image of them standing backstage. And I don't know who this gentleman back here is. This is the AV guy. This is unmarked police here. This is the overall shot. And you can clearly see their staging point right here, how close they were to the tent. They were right there. They were about roughly 15 feet back and 15 feet to the left, stage left. This is Connor Doherty, EMT number 1, with the gloves on already as George Zinn is being carried backstage. And you can see the look in his eye. He's dumbfounded. He's just can't believe what he's seeing. This is Connor Doherty, EMT number 1, walking behind the security team, ready to go. The look on his face is like, oh crap, I got work to do. This is EMT number 1 and EMT number 2. EMT number 2 is getting ready to take off his medical sling. This is Dan Flood right here. There's another shot. EMT number 2 is taking off his medical sling. There is EMT number 1, Connor Doherty, with his medical junk bag and medical sling standing right beside the SUV. This is, I believe, Officer Kim. This is the security team putting Charlie Kirk into the SUV. That is Frank Turek right there, and that is Connor Doherty's medical jump bag walking behind the security team. This is a still shot, and you see EMT number 1 on the left here and EMT number 2 on the right here approaching the SUV as they're putting Charlie Kirk into the SUV. There's another shot. This is a shot of the UVU EMS UTV, and this is one of Charlie Kirk's security team, and you can see blood on his hands, clearly labeled EMS. This is backstage. This is still parked where Charlie was let out of the SUV when he met with the tpusa volunteers for the day and Phil Lyman. This is a still shot backstage. Charlie Kirk is being carried right here. This is Charlie Kirk's security team. This is EMT number 2 preparing to grab his jump bag. This is after, this is backstage. This is Officer Kim. This is Charlie's SUV. EMT number 1 is right here. EMT number 2 is right here. They are standing right here as the SUV is pulling away. All right. All right. Let me stop there. And I'm gonna remove that. Okay. Now we're gonna share some more video. Let's see. This is going to be Brian Harpole on the Sean Ryan Show. This interview is extremely important, I think, and we can learn a lot from this.
You know, everything that you need for a detail, the site plan, point of contacts, emergency fallback locations, hard rooms, arrival points, hospital, you name it, fire department, jurisdictional authorities, all that comes in on an intel sheet and gathered. And then it's in that quick reference app, so any guy can get it at any time they want to. And then we can share it out anytime. We can add people into it, take people out of it. And so we found also that we utilize that format, and it shows that it can timestamp our due diligence also. And so that's why we use that as opposed to just, sharing it back and forth or doing it on a Whippet pad. So we have that in real time. And so that starts then.
Was there anything strange, anything stand out, anything at all? Or did this just, once you guys were in place, once the event had started, Charlie was speaking, is there anything that seemed out of place at all?
Well, we do the arrival, and we were supposed to do a meet and greet when he first arrived. Mm-hmm. And that meet and greet was in a hard room. Okay. But the timeline was a little off, so he decided, or they radioed to us, hey, meet and greet's going to be off. And so we're going to run in and use the restroom real quick, and then we're going to go straight to the tent. And so that was a call.
Okay, I'm letting the dog out, so bear with me, y'all. I think that's really interesting. They say that the meet and greet was supposed to be in a hard room, and it didn't happen. They called that off, but obviously they did a meet and greet outside, backstage. There's plenty of evidence for that, video and photographs. And and they said he went to the bathroom. I cannot find any evidence that Charlie went to the bathroom. There's a conversation where he talks about how Charlie's talking to Brian Harper while he's in the bathroom. I cannot find any evidence that Charlie actually went to the bathroom, but I don't know. I just don't see the evidence, but it could be true. I just don't know.
Off, but that's one of those things. It's not abnormal, and we're used to that. So, but it doesn't change the plan other than we're going to a known. Somebody's going to receive him over there. Everything's clear, which it was. So we had a guy back by the restrooms to receive him. I had the door to pop it open. He walks in. He goes, "Hey, Brian, did you get any sleep?" Because we just got back from that South Korea, Japan. And I said a little bit, and the last thing he ever said to me was, "It's going to be a good day." He said, "Good." I said, "A little bit." He said, "Good. It's going to be a good day." Yeah. And so we used the restroom, and then we did
I do not see, like I said, evidence that they stopped to use the restroom. But, what it looks like from the video evidence is that they pulled up, Charlie gets out, they do the meet and greet with the tpusa volunteer staff and Phil Lyman. They take some photo ops there, and then he walks to the stage, as you've seen video and pictures, images of. If he used the bathroom, I do not have any evidence of that. If this actually happened, I don't know. I don't know. I don't see the evidence that happened. So this is very strange to me. It is possible that there was a bathroom somewhere backstage, and they had to walk. They would have had to walk pretty far. But as of right now, I don't see the evidence of that being true. But I can't prove it.
a couple meet and greets with some kids that were student volunteers, just right by that tape, and so we did a hard line to keep people from walking up.
So that's strange. First, he claims that we were going to have a meet and greet in a hard room. Then we canceled that. Oh, and then now we have a meet and greet with the tpusa volunteer staff backstage out in the open, not a hard room, because, a hard room would be a safe room. We're not going to do it in a hard room. We're going to do it in a, out in the open, because, that makes more sense. I don't know. There's a discrepancy there in what he's saying to me.
And then we proceeded right to the tent. And so he starts throwing out the hats, which is a thing.
Do you have the routes to all the venues that more specifically the hospital? Do you have multiple routes to the hospital?
So what we do on that one is...
let me interject here. EMTs and EMS, medical emergency first responders, are trained on where to take a patient for what injury they have. They know what hospital is closest. They know what hospital is best. They know where to take them. They also have radios that they can contact dispatch and tell them what the situation is, and they can request where they should take him. Connor Doherty, it's my understanding that he called dispatch and asked for an ambulance. On the halfway to the hospital, Charlie's SUV passed the ambulance on the way, the one that Connor Doherty took. I do not have the dispatch audio for UVU dispatch, because I have the dispatch audio for the day, but the problem is that UVU dispatch is a separate audio feed. It's a separate system than 911 dispatch. And what happened that day is that when the shot rang out, people started calling 911. UVU, Connor Doherty radioed to his dispatch requesting an ambulance. UVU called 911 dispatch, and they told them they needed an ambulance. The problem is that they weren't patched in. Okay, so then a little bit after, about 5 minutes after the shot, they patched UVU dispatch into the TAC of the event. Okay, and the tactical operations radio dispatch of the event. So we don't have a record right now of the radio dispatch from Connor Doherty, EMT number 1 or EMT number 2 or UVU dispatch. It is not recorded that way. And there are recordings, but they're not, you don't understand what you're hearing. So without that audio, we can't confirm that. But that is something that maybe somebody can research and get the answers to.
We're not there for 2 weeks, but we start working that for 2 weeks, and that all gets plugged in. Where are we going? And the one that we went to was the closest one, but it was a level 3. Yeah, we knew that. The next closest one was another 7 minutes away.
I think that is debatable. They did not go to the level 1 hospital. And is it actually further away? Does it even matter? I mean, if you're not going to the better hospital, I mean, does it even matter? But that's a whole nother story. The real question is why was there no ambulance? Why did they transport him before he was prepared for removal?
We're going to the closest one. Yeah, and we beelined it to there. And I'll get into how we got there and what we did on the way in a minute. But yeah, all that's plugged in. All that it's information and it's known. And we have a guy that, even though that route's pre-done, even though that's known, we still have a guy in there that's calling it out in real time on that right side. I mean, he's nav, and that nav is important, because.
Let me interject another little thing here. You guys are from out of town. An ambulance, an EMS medical ambulance would have known how to get there. They could have used the lights. They could have possibly changed the red lights to green lights. They would have had ways of getting there properly, safely, and they knew where to go, how to get there. They could also talk to the medical doctors over the radio while they're on the way, getting the hospital prepared. Later on, you say that the hospital was not prepared for them. I have some questions.
The guy's driving's driving, and we needed Justin the expert drove that day. Like, phew, man, yeah, incredible. And so yeah, all that's known beforehand.
I'd like to thank Charlie Kirk's security team for also putting the public in danger as well, because they say they were driving very fast and they running with the door open, and that is not safe. You don't have lights and sirens. You got a horn probably beeping, beep, 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 get out of my way, get out of my way, and screaming at people through the window. But you do not have the ability to transport safe. Hence why we have ambulances. So I think that is why they were allowed to do that. I think that is a question that should be answered.
And so when people said, oh, you should have an ambulance there. It's like, well, one, I can't make the city put an ambulance there.
Bullshit. Write that down. Bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Now, there is a Utah law that says for mass gatherings like that, a Utah law says that for mass gatherings, a health officer needs to be assigned.
A health officer needs to be assigned. Okay. So who is that health officer? That is a question that needs to be answered. Who was the health officer for the Charlie Kirk event? That needs to be known. I do not know that. I have not been able to find that out. Who is that person?
receive him. I had the door to pop it open. He walks in. He goes, "Hey, Brian, did you get any sleep?" Because we just got back. Like, okay, well, they did have standby Utah law says that for mass gatherings, he's NAV, and that NAV is important, because the guy's driving. And we needed just an expert drove that day. Like, phew, man. Yeah, incredible. And so, yeah, all that's known beforehand. And so when people said, "Oh, you should have an ambulance there," it's like, well, one, I can't make the city put an ambulance there. Mm-hmm. Now, there is a Utah law that says for mass gatherings like that, a Utah law says that for mass gatherings, a health officer needs to be assigned. I don't assign them. The PD does, whoever does.
Why do you not know who assigns that? Why do you not know the name of that person? Why can you not point that person out? You should know that, Brian Harple. You should know that. I think that's something you should know. You should know that person's, everything. You should know that they should be your best buddy. Why do you not know that information? I have questions.
And then it says, in that law, it says that they may determine where an ambulance is on standby. And I'm like, okay, well, they did have standby UTV medical there.
Yes, they did, as we've proved.
But I can't make them make that, right? Mm-hmm. And first rule of emergency medicine, when an EMT goes, because I've done this, if you don't walk into the room when you're doing your skills portion and say, "Hey, is the scene safe?" they fail you in your TV medical there. But I can't make them make that, right? Mm-hmm. And first rule of emergency medicine, when an EMT goes, because I've done this, if you don't walk into the room when you're doing your skills portion and say, "Hey, is the scene safe?" they fail you and you're done.
That's true. The scene has to be safe. They have to get the all clear, which is what you saw EMTs do backstage when they ran behind backstage during the shot, and then they started coming back forward. Now, protocol was probably broken because the scene was technically not all cleared. So technically, they should not have gone back to their medical bags, and they should not have gone towards the SUV, technically, by that standard, by that rule. But that being said, they initially retreated.
Right. And so those medics that were around that buggy were nowhere to be found. Why? Because they're taking cover like everybody else. Mm-hmm. And so, and the type of wound that we had, it's not a wait till the ambulance gets there.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You have to get him off the X, get to a secure location. If you had to pull him backstage, if you had to drag him to a hard room, you had to get him off the X, agreed. But then you need to stabilize the patient before he is moved, because you don't know if he has a neck injury. You've got to try to stop the bleeding. You've got to prepare him for transporting him in an SUV when you could transport him in an ambulance, which was on the way, which had already been called, which you would have known if you had just listened to the EMTs, would have been a better option than to run through town at top speed with a non-emergency vehicle. That's my opinion.
And I'll talk about that and what the doc said and transport and all that. So all that was known and all that's done in the workup. And so I initially dove down on top of him and just was on him almost face to face. And then when I was doing that, I went down, I could see the wound. And so I immediately shoved my hand into the wound to stop the bleeding, just trying to find the pressure. And it was coming out still. And I'm on top of him, like close. And it was still coming out enough that I guess it squirted through my fingers and I could taste it on my lips. And so I was like, man, this is a bad wound, right? And so I was just pushing that, and I don't know at that time. I know when you look at the clock, I was on him within 5 seconds and had my hands in him. And then I don't know when I put the first piece of medical on him. It was sometime after that, because I carry it right here. And that's why you carry it on you. You got to have it there. So, but
that's important. He says he had his medical on him. He did have a medical sling on him. Absolutely, which is great. But here's the thing. The EMTs had medical slings as well, which means they had double what you had, and they had medical jump bags, which means they had a lot more than you had. Not to mention they had radios, which they both could have called and talked to the hospital to give them a heads up as to what the condition of the patient was.
Then I remember pulling back away and thinking, damn, this is bad. Like it's coming out. And I don't remember saying this, but the guys told me, and you can kind of see it on the video. I said, prep the car. And I just prepped, and you see the two guys just take off. And that car's prepped in position, but what I mean, doors are open, I mean, the whole deal. And then so we're doing pressure control there, and it's a carotid artery, so you can't put a tourniquet on it, obviously.
You know, from my studies here, it seems that it is really difficult to put pressure on the victim when you're carrying him, which is another reason that they should have stabilized him before moving him, because they would have had a backboard, they would have had neck braces, they would have had ways of stabilizing the patient for transport. Not to mention that, you know, to put pressure on Charlie Kirk's neck in the back of an SUV maybe is not the best option.
And in my head, I'm like, you know, pack, pressure, pray, man. These are what you can do for that wound. But then, so I'm on top, and then I told the guys, we got to exfil. We're all out here in the open. We're trying to give wound care, and we got to get off this X.
I think that word exfil is very interesting.
Right. And so, but I just said, we're exfilling. And so we got up, I think it was like 15, 16 seconds from the time the shot happened to the time we were picking him up and heading.
15 to 16 seconds?
Yeah, that's what it was, yeah. And so.
That's fast.
Yeah, and this is horrible, but.
It's fast to get an initial assessment, plug a hole, pick them up, move them.
Yeah. And so it's.
Yeah, that's fast. That's like, yeah, that's too fast.
It's just like, dang. And it's some horrible realities of it too, that like I told the guys this, and I haven't. When I jumped down on him, he had doll's eyes. And so I was like, man, these are wounds incompatible with life.
And yet you're not a medical doctor, and you cannot make the determination that he is medically dead. That is not your job. That is not your responsibility. You're legally not allowed to make that decision. So you have an opinion that he had doll's eyes, but is he dead? Your opinion does not matter, Brian Harple.
You know.
Yeah.
You want to take a break? Let's take a break.
Sorry about that, man.
Dude.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's mainly the it's going through your head. Like I said, I was like, man, this is a bad wound. It's not compatible with life, and that's an old medical phrase that you use for reporting later. And
I mean, I hate to get graphic, but that's that's how you do it.
Absolutely.
I mean, I remember.
Yeah.
The eye thump.
Yep. And so
if there's no movement after you thump the eye, that is, it's done.
So I'm down on him, and I don't know if when it sprayed me in the face, it caused me to flinch back or what. But then sometime around then, I said, hey, prep the car. And you see two of the guys just take off towards the car. And then Gibby and Rick and Dan and I said, hey, let's exfil now. And so we get up, and the timeline on that's like 15, 16 seconds, something like that, where you can see we're prepping. But the problem is direct pressure, right? So when you're in a medical deal, and you've been in I've had these before on major accidents and GSWs when you show up on calls, is you can't give direct pressure and move.
Very, very true. Very good point.
Right, in exfil, and you have to have counters, like giving CPR. You can't give people CPR like that. You have to have something. So it's like, hey, okay, well, let's just get in the car.
You can't.
Yeah, but then
you can't apply direct pressure to move either, because it's the neck, and there goes the airway.
Right, and so
and it's just it's damn near the worst.
And then
place.
And then you don't give first aid when it's raining on you still, right? Or this first shot, second shot, how many more is coming in? So and so I was like, hey, let's just call for exfil. So I called for exfil and said, hey, let's go.
I agree. Get off the X. I can't agree with that. Now, this is assuming that it is a real situation. I don't believe that it is, but let's just assume it's real, that you do get off the X. Okay, get out of fire. You don't know if there's more shots coming, but they could have taken him back behind the SUV or to a safe room, which they had a safe room nearby, a hard room. They could have taken him there, and they could have worked on him there.
The guys had prepped the car, so we're carrying. We trained officer down, I don't know how many times, or person down, and we were carrying. And you can see it on the video. Rick breaks off at the perfect time. He goes around to the other side, jumps in. We do the drag. Don't try to shove the guy in. Half the team pushes in, the other half team drags from the other side. There's no comms for that. Just he knew that's what we need to do. We've done that. He's done that. We've got careers built on doing that, real time and in training. And so guys weren't helping. Justin gets in. He knows his job to drive. That's his job. Dan jumps in. He knows he's nav. And so we're back there. Rick, we pull him across. Frank Turek, and it just jumps in the back. And so he's a known. So I was like, yep, it's Frank, but I'm not going to fight him on it. Frank's there because Frank's hurting, and it's because it's one of those things where you have dead kids on calls, and you're not supposed to let the crime scene be contaminated, but I'm not going to deny a parent the ability to come in and say goodbye to their child. And Frank's many times said that Charlie felt like he was his son. I'm not going to deny him that. All this is running.
So, Frank Turek, who's a preacher, jumps in the back of the SUV. We totally deny the EMTs to get in. We totally deny the EMTs jump bags and medical slings and radios. We totally deny the EMTs, but we let Frank Turek jump in the back because he's a known. Which leads me to the question, Brian Harple, did you know that the EMTs were on site? I think you did. I think you've stated you did. Then that means you knew them. You knew they were okay. I don't believe that those EMTs walked up on you and got 5 feet away from an active shooter situation while your client is bleeding out in your arms without them being known. And you didn't let them in the SUV, but you let Frank Turek in because he's a known. I call bullshit.
And so we get in. Charlie was a big man, long. We kind of laugh about it now, but we get him in, and but the door's not going to close. We know that. And I just say, go. And we didn't even attempt to close it. I told Justin, go, go, go. So he takes off. Dan's already got the route done. We know that because we've done it. And so we take off in direct action. We get out onto the main road, and we're in a slick SUV, no lights, sirens, and so we're breaking our own intersections. We're cutting our own traffic. We're doing everything.
We're in an unmarked vehicle, flying through traffic, cutting our own intersections, meaning running through stoplights. We're doing it all on our own. No sirens, no lights, no nothing. Because we're not an emergency vehicle. Because we didn't order an emergency vehicle, and nobody ordered an emergency vehicle to be on site. And we didn't wait for the emergency vehicle, the ambulance that had already been called, and which you will pass halfway to the hospital.
Ourselves. Justin's driving. I mean, he's a trained driver. I mean, that's what our guys go to driving school for, just for that. It's expensive. It costs a lot, but it's a need. And it paid off because he drove it like a champion. Dan's up in there calling out right lefts. Where this is next turn, 200 meters left. So he knows exactly where he's going. Rick and I are in the back. This is where it gets not funny, but you look back on it now. Rick pulled Charlie across, and then I'm working off my kit. And
his medical sling when he calls his kit.
Always when you build a kit out like that, you build it to where the stuff you need the soonest or most important is on the outside, right? Mm-hmm. And so all the bleed control is right here in front. So I'm just working out of the kit right there. And so I'm just, packing, pressure, repack. It gets saturated, take it out, you just keep packing on top of it. The problem is we're going down the road, and Charlie's so tall that his left leg is down in the door, and the door won't close. And so I'm on my knees with the door open with my butt hanging out of the side, and I'm on my knees doing the medical. And Justin's driving, we're going 60, 80, 100. And Rick has me across the kit in my shirt so that I can use both hands to do the medical on. And
so you don't fall out of the fucking car.
So I don't fall out. And I just look at him, and I don't need to say, you got me. He's got me. I know he's got me. Rick's a brother. He's got the tattoo.
I guess the EMTs didn't have the tattoo. Did Frank Turk have the tattoo? I'd like to know.
And so I was like, he's got me. And so I'm just working medical. And Frank's praying out loud.
Frank's praying out loud. We got the preacher on site. Frank's praying out loud. Huh, that's interesting. Frank's praying out loud. Was Frank doing anything else? I think we should look into that. Another thing is that he I don't know if it's in this interview or another interview that we'll be looking at. He makes the point that he has his kit. He knows his kit. He doesn't know what's in another person's kit. Well, here's the thing. I can agree with you packed your kit. You know what's in your kit. You know where everything is in your kit. However, if you had have grabbed one or both of those EMTs that were standing beside that SUV instead of Frank Turek, you could have said, hey, EMT, hand me a gauze, hand me something to pack this wound with, hand me this, hand me that. And you know what? That EMT is going to know what's in his kit, and he's going to grab it and he's going to hand it to you. While he's on the radio with the hospital telling him, we have a gunshot victim losing lots of blood, don't know their pulse, let me check their pulse, telling the doctor what to prepare for. Nobody was prepared at the hospital for when they came in. He'll tell you that later.
Rick's praying out loud.
But does he have a pulse at this point?
So,
and there's no way.
In a situation like that, I'm not going to stop and take pulse.
I didn't know if somebody else had one or.
No, and so I have SpO2 monitor there. I've got all the stuff for it. I could have put it on, but it's irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
I can agree with that. It is irrelevant at this point for this situation. I do agree with that.
It's irrelevant to treating that wound, right? And so I've got to stop that bleeding. That's my primary thing. And so where he had a pulse then, it's unknown. The body's an amazing thing that can do things even when it's technically, destroyed. And so my concern is bleed control. And so I'm just, Rick's got me, Justin's driving, world's coming by. I'm working, I end up putting about 36 feet of dressing in him, and then four 4x4s, and then 2 hemostatic 4x4s.
Sheesh.
And then just pressuring the whole time. So you're adding just pressure as much as you can get, pressure, adding pressure. And so we are heading to the hospital. It's a known. We're heading there, breaking intersections. We picked up a tail from PD somewhere along the way. And I know some audio came out about that. And I think they thought it was a secondary person that had been shot, but we didn't know it was an active shooter. Everybody that says, oh, you should have treated him there and not moved him, stopped the bleeding. I'm like, well, yeah, I know. Same way. I was like, man, no, that's not, medicine doesn't happen on the X. Nothing happens. Somebody shoots at you, you get off the X. Right?
I agree with that, but they should have moved him to a hard room or back behind the SUV. I do not think, per protocol, per what EMS, what the EMTs, what the people from the ambulance, I don't believe a medical professional would have moved him in the SUV. That is my opinion. And I think that quite possibly that the medical walls would show that as well, but we will see.
And so, and we didn't have cover. We had
Just for anybody that's listening, that is rule number 1: law enforcement, military, any security, anything, get off the X.
Yeah. And
More
so
rounds are coming in.
Yeah. And so we get to the hospital. Actually, we make it to the hospital through the traffic. We've got full wound pack in. We get out and we carry in to the door. Once we make it into the door, we see a gurney on the left-hand side. We put him on a gurney, and then
while they're carrying him, they can't put pressure on him. So there's another situation where they moved him without a backboard, and he couldn't have pressure on the neck.
Wheel him into a room. I start giving the patient information to the staff there. I end up getting on top of him and cutting the shirt that he had on off, that white Freedom shirt. And so I cut it off so they could get to him, so that I didn't articulate this to them, but I wanted to get that stuff off so they could put a defibrillator on him.
Not to mention the EMTs would have had the cutter, so they could have cut the shirt off in the SUV. I'm just saying.
And so, and then started talking about pushing drugs. And so I was back and forth with them on drugs and defibrillator. And
the ambulance might have had drugs on the ambulance, because it's a ambulance. Just saying.
And so then, once you get that shirt cut off and moved out of the way, there's enough of medical professionals in there. And so I just want to get out of their way. And so I got out of their way and walked out of the room and stood outside the room and held guard on the outside door of the room so nobody else could come in there.
Covered in Charlie's blood.
Yeah, I had it all over my face. And, Rick and I had it all over our arms, and from about here down was just covered. And and it was, I feel bad for the hospital staff, because we showed up looking like that, and they didn't know we were coming.
What was that? They didn't know you were coming. Why didn't they know you were coming? They didn't know you were coming because you weren't in an ambulance. Okay. If you had the EMTs in the SUV, they would have called over the radio and told them we're on the way to the hospital in a private vehicle, in an SUV. We have a patient that has these symptoms. They're having this trauma. Prepare for this. We will be there in this many minutes. Prepare. But they didn't get prepared because they didn't have any way to call them. They didn't have radios. The EMT guys that you denied to get in the SUV had radios.
Even though we had called 911, but I don't know what happened to that. So we show up and guys,
the EMTs made that call as well. By the way, Connor Doherty called dispatch for an ambulance.
got blood all over their face and carrying a guy with blood solid on my pants and shoes. And so then I just stood out there, and then finally this lady, and I feel horrible. She came up to me and she said, "Hey, come with me." And she took me in a room and physically washed my face and my hands and stuff. The nurse that was there at the hospital. So it was like, man, what humanity.
Man.
So you saw a lot of beautiful things. A lot of beautiful things. Rick was there. Same thing with him. He's going through the same thing. He's covered in it. And Justin's there. And Dan was there, and everybody's got this look of bewilderment, like, hey, like, because when we left, our guys went back into the crowd because they didn't know, because everybody was on the ground. So those guys that were still there, they went back in the crowd searching for other victims.
No kidding.
Yeah. Because they didn't know, because everybody's just laying there, frozen. And so once we got out of there, they went back in and started searching for other victims and people that had been shot. And so
they went and trampled through a crime scene is what they did, which is, there's probably some laws on that.
I didn't know their status. And so I started asking for check-ins for the guys that were still at the scene. Like, hey, everybody okay? Read me in. We have other victims. What's going on? And they got retasked. That same chief of police came out and said, hey, y'all hold this crime scene and help us look for other clues. And I'm like,
so Chief Long told the Charlie Kirk security team to go and trample through a crime scene. Pretty sure there's some laws there that's been tampered with.
That's a no-no, but they did it. And so they were back there, and they were just trying to figure things out. And they were there for a while.
They did it.
Yeah. The OR doc. Your question earlier about a pulse. We'll get back to that. And so they ended up working him in the room, and they ended up taking him to the OR because they got a pulse.
They did get a pulse?
They did get a.
So he was dead before he hit the ground, yet we got a pulse 30 minutes later. Until you are pronounced dead by a medical doctor, your opinion does not matter.
Pulse. But Charlie was a healthy man. He was very cognizant of his health, and he was a strong guy. And
they've had a pulse?
But
hold on. How long had it been since the shot to the hospital?
I have no idea, but you can.
I mean, that is a jugular shot.
You can be dead. A central nervous system. You got a strong heart, right? And that's what the OR doc told me.
Okay.
He said that's what it was. And so,
holy shit.
Yeah. And so I have no way of. I'm not a doctor. I just know what he told me. And so we go to that, and I'm sorry. What was your question again?
We were talking about the autopsy.
Oh, the autopsy. And so once they came down and said he didn't make it. And And he talked about, he said, if he'd have been shot in the OR, I wouldn't have been able to save him.
But at the time, you did not know that. If that statement is true, that medical doctor did not know that. Okay, and so you do everything you can until that person is declared deceased. It doesn't matter if the situation wasn't that he was shot in the OR. The situation, he was shot at UVU and was transported to the hospital. So that statement does not matter. It does not hold water.
And I was like, I mean, he's just kind of confirming things that I already knew. And so, and so I don't know how long, well, I don't know what the timeline was, but I want to say, I can't remember who it was, but I knew, I was like, we're not going to turn this into some JFK.
That's exactly what they turned it into.
The OR doc released statements regarding, and there has been statements regarding the bullet and the travel. Oh, there should have been a blowout, and I was like, there wasn't an exit wound.
What was it about Superman neck?
There wasn't one. I was checking for that in the ride. Yeah, and so people are like, yeah, it's completely impossible. And I was like, man, I've seen bullets do weirder things on people. And so all I know is what I saw.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't an exit wound.
Do you think that the entry wound looked like an exit wound?
No, it was an entry wound.
Why do you say that?
So one, there wasn't an exit wound because I remember rolling his head over and cleaning it so I could see if there was an exit wound. And then I was having to open the wound up some to get more and pack it. If you've ever done an exit wound, it's not that hard. It's a lot bigger.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can feel it when you know, the rule of kind of thumb on that one is you don't want to make it bigger, but you got to keep packing it in there.
You know, I find it very interesting that Sean Ryan never pushed back on the EMTs, not once. I think that's very interesting. Now we're gonna check out the next video. This is going to be Brian Harple interview on the Paramount Tactical channel. This is a long one, but there's a lot of information here. So I'm gonna try to let it go as much as I can before I open my big mouth, but this is part of it.
I made it. Thank you.
Hey, man, I really appreciate you coming out here and taking the time to fly out here. And I'm really interested for everybody to hear your story.
You know, Turning Point has to produce COI and plans.
Tell people what COI is.
Certificate of Insurance.
Yeah. That's important because, quite frankly, people don't realize this. The insurance policies dictate what has to be there.
Sure.
And those are based off of probabilities and like, hey, this is a student event, this is a debate, so they go through there and they make calculations. Hey, we need this, this, and this, and this, and this. You know, fire extinguishers, safety protocols. Like a lot of that stuff is actually, I mean, it's obviously security's concern, but a lot of what has to be there, and kind of to some extent, what is not there is a little bit dictated by insurance, and there's some guidelines that people go off, even security folks go off of based on those.
We do. So that starts getting built up, and then interest. Another one. What's the end? And so all that starts feeding into, and we created this form years ago that it has it, so we can put that out to the student group beforehand. It's like, hey, are weapons allowed on campus? Does this is there a adjacent free speech area? Who's the statutory authority? Who's the point of contact? Is a permit required? Can we have amplified sound? The closest hospital? You know, all those are in that workup form, and so we start working that stuff up, and that's backhand knowledge that we do well before that happens, well before what goes on. And so that's starting to garner, and I want us to think that, and then we create, for the security team, we create a page on an app that we use, and the guys that are on that job get to see that stuff come in real time. And then they can comment, add to it, and then so we kind of practice the decentralized command model where every guy can make a decision based upon the betterment of the detail or the team or the client. And so that comes in, and so the amount of background that comes into that is phenomenal. And then you start conference calls and individual calls, and then we may have a conference call with the whole school, and about, you know, the event itself, and everything's in there from ticketing to police functions to how people are going to get there, where we have to be, you know, all that kind of stuff. And so there's a lot of background that goes into preparing for an event like that.
Why was there no ambulance on site?
So, one, we can't dictate. I can't tell the police, get an ambulance. Now, there were, and that's not up to us, but our philosophy on that also is, and we even have those discussions with.
You can request an ambulance. You can do that. I know you can do that. You can hire police. You can hire special events EMS and EMTs and ambulances. You can hire fire department to be there. You can do that on your own. You don't even need UVU or a health officer or anybody else to do that for you. You can do that on your own. So that doesn't have to be ordered by anybody. You can do that on your own. You should have done that on your own. If that wasn't part of the deal, you should have, like, from a security aspect, you should have known that should have been done. I've done a lot of, I used to be in audio video production, and I assure you, they always had police and medical and fire in some form on site, and the bigger the event, the more they had, period.
You know, other statutory authority people that come in prior to the event. If something happens to the principal, we know the fastest avenue is us. Mm-hmm. Fastest avenue of transport is us. But there were medical people on site there in UTVs. Mm-hmm. You know, the mule type UTVs. Sure. For EMS. Their bags were there, and the medics were there.
So the medics are there. Their UTVs on site. They got their medical bags. He knows they're there. They're knowns. They got to be knowns because he knows all about them. He knows all about them.
But those weren't capable of transport, obviously, and those were for the crowd. And so, who's?
Wait a minute. You're telling me that the UTV, the EMTs, and the medical bags are for the crowd, yet they were waiting there for Charlie's SUV when he arrived. For the crowd, huh? Why weren't they in the crowd when Charlie arrived? Good question.
Whose decision it was made to put those there in lieu of an ambulance, I have no idea.
Why did you not ask the question? When you got there and there was no ambulance, why didn't you say, where's the damn ambulance? Why do we not have an ambulance? Can you call in an ambulance? It would have taken you a few minutes to get an ambulance there. So, you know, I think you dropped the ball there. You're head of security, right? Or, excuse me, Dan Flood is head of security. Okay, Dan Flood, they're dropping the ball. One of you dropped the ball, I think.
I know that's a question for the school. I do know that there's a Utah law.
No, it's a question for you, sir.
that for mass gatherings, you have to assign a health officer, and I believe whether an ambulance is staged or not is at the discretion of the health officer.
And who is the health officer? Who is he? Who are they? Who are she? Who is this health officer? Because they should be unknown also.
So that's a question for the school.
Out of all the events that you did,
And nobody has asked that question yet. Why has nobody asked that question?
outdoors that were similar to this, what percentage would you say you had a ambulance on standby?
Very few, very few. You know, again, you have to look at the rules of.
Oh, y'all, this event was a different event than the prior events that Charlie did. Look into that. This event was very different from the past Charlie Kirk events. This was a whole new breed of Charlie Kirk event, and he knew it.
Emergency medicine also, and the rules are they're not going to give aid unless the scene's safe.
Right.
And the paramedics that were at UVU, they took off and took cover just like everybody else. I mean, the only people that weren't taking cover were our guys.
And folks, I want to explain that a little bit.
Yes, they did take cover, and then they immediately showed up to the SUV ready to get in the SUV or provide you the medical jump bags and medical slings, and you denied them. Why? You didn't know they were there. They were knowns. You knew they were there before the event. Your guys knew they were there.
Just so you understand, and this is one of the things, if you go get any sort of TECC, tpusa training, emergency medical training, which I highly suggest you do. It's more important than firearms training. It's the more likely that you'll ever use that. But one of the things that we talk about is the fact that, and why it's so important that the individuals have that capacity, that training, the capability, the equipment, is because let's say you're in a mass shooting. That, if you are shot and you're bleeding out, EMS, EMTs aren't running to you. They are going to clear that entire building and make sure it's safe before you get any sort of professional medical provider. Sometimes they'll have tactical.
Okay, yes, he is telling the absolute truth there. They're supposed to stand down to stay clear until they get the all clear. The problem is that's not what happened. They ran, they immediately came back, grabbed the jump bags, walked to the SUV. They were standing right there ready to jump into the SUV or provide the medical bags, and they were denied. That's the facts we're dealing with. We're not dealing with the protocol or what they were supposed to do. I'm talking about what did happen. Let's talk about what did happen. What you're talking about is, yes, that's standard protocol, and yes, that's what they're supposed to do, but that's not what happened. Okay? They immediately retreated, then right after that came right back, grabbed the bags, went to the SUV. They were ready to go into action. That is what we're talking about, not what protocol is.
EMTs on staff, but still, they're going to go throughout. Their job is to make sure that their guys that are with the guns are safe. They're going to go all the way through that structure, make sure it's clear, and then they might come back to you, and or they may call EMTs that are going to be hanging out in the perimeter. So that's so important for people to understand.
And to your point, we have some phenomenal medical people on our team that are on our team. I mean, we have an ER doc that's been an ER doc for 27 years. We have nurse practitioners, paramedics, military. I mean, I drive that to them. When we do medical training at every CE, we do medical training at weekly training, because I said we're going to use this more than.
What is CE?
Continuing education.
Okay.
Yeah, and so we have to do mandatory continuing education, and it doesn't require medical.
Right.
But we do it because mathematically, and we don't just do the sexy stuff like TECC and tpusa does. That's all the cool stuff. We're doing like anaphylactic, epileptic, diabetics, and so we're doing all that non-cool stuff that you don't get in the cool guy classes. And our guys are like, oh, come on. And I'm like, man, you're going to see this more.
Yeah.
And so we do that more. And so the medical is a big deal. And then they can call all the prior police departments. We walk through that. It's like, and we'll say, hey, If something happens to our principal, we're going to be the primary E&E people for that, and we do that. Now, if it's something like he twists an ankle and breaks it, we're going to go to the hard room, we're going to stand by in the ambulance or whatever, we're going to handle it that way. But if it's a trauma related, where time is of the essence, we're not going to wait for, hey, go find the medics or have them, because they're not going to violate their deal.
The hospital is 6 minutes away. You're not going to wait 10 minutes for an ambulance to get there, or even take the risk that it's going to take that long to get there. That's just it's the same thing here. Like, we have a medical plan here at my house. We rely on volunteer EMS. It's going to be 20, 30 minutes if something bad happens here.
Okay, I got to call bullshit here on several things. Number one, the ambulance, they called for the ambulance immediately. They passed the ambulance halfway to the hospital, and so the ambulance would have been there very shortly. If they were 6 minutes away, that meant that halfway there they see it. That means the ambulance was 3 minutes away. Okay, if they had just waited 3 minutes, they would have had an ambulance. It would have been a safer transport. They would have had more medical equipment. They would have had more professional people on staff. It would have been a better situation all around. Okay, it just makes sense. Okay, next, okay, you're saying that if we are medically trained, we're EMS trained, fine. Okay, I can believe that. I literally can believe that. But here's the problem. Number one, are you currently licensed to as an EMT or an EMS? And if you are currently licensed as an EMT or an EMS, Brian Harple, are you licensed in the state of Utah? I think these are questions that need to be asked. Now, the next thing is that Utah state law states that once an EMT or EMS person makes contact visually or physically with a patient that needs care, that they are responsible to provide care for that patient until they are relieved of duty from a higher position medical professional. Now, that means that let me see if this does it. That means that I don't know why this camera's it's annoying me. Stupid thing. That means that the hold on, lost my train of thought. Okay, if they see the patient, okay, which the EMTs clearly saw that Charlie Kirk was in trauma, okay, that means that they at that moment are responsible to provide care for Charlie Kirk. They are not allowed to give away that responsibility to another person. That they are responsible. Now, if Brian Harpo is a licensed paramedic, an EMS or EMT in the state of Utah, then he is legally responsible for that position, and Connor Doherty, EMT 1 and EMT 2 can stand down. If he is not licensed in the state of Utah, then I think it's questionable that maybe it is the UVU EMT's responsibility to take that up. Now, this is a question that needs to be asked. Were the EMTs aware of Brian Harpole's credentials? Did they know he was a licensed EMT or EMS? Did they know that? They may have, but did they know that? Do we have any evidence to show that? I don't know. Brian Harpole knew who they were. Did they know who Brian Harpole was? I think there's legalities as to who has the legal responsibility to take care of that patient. Do the UVU EMTs have the legal authority to allow that patient to be transported the way he was transported and handled the way he was handled? Or did they have a responsibility to step up to the plate and tell Brian Harpole to kick rocks? I don't know the answers. I'm not a lawyer or a medical professional, so I don't know the answers. Okay, I'm asking questions, and these are questions that are gonna. This is why a louder voice like Candace Owens or Ian Carroll or Barron or Valhalla VAT, one of these larger channels that has a bigger voice can go out there and ask bigger questions. Trigger Smart, somebody that's got a bigger voice. It needs to be somebody that can go boots on the ground. Somebody needs to go and knock on the door and ask some questions. Now, we'll get to that a little bit later, but that's some questions I have right off the top of my head.
I'm going to be treating my kids. I'm going to be getting them, or my wife or me, and then I'm going to be hauling ass if I have the capacity.
We talked through that beforehand, even with the people of statutory authority, and they're like, "Yep," and that got substantiated by the ER doc, and then there was some. I don't know what his actual position was with the fire or EMS, but he was at the emergency room when we were there, and both the ER docs said, "You guys did the right thing by bringing him in and not waiting for the ambulance."
I think I would debate that. I'm not sure that that's actually accurate. I'm not saying that wasn't said. I'm just saying, is that an accurate statement? Is that really what should have happened? I think that needs to be questioned. That does not sound right to me. I'm not sure that is a correct statement. And I'm not saying that whoever told Brian Harpo didn't tell him that, but that statement doesn't sound true to me.
And because you start looking at things like mechanism of injury, and the mechanism of injury there is catastrophic.
Yeah.
In seconds, or literally seconds. And when we start talking about, when we went down and started doing aid, we'll talk about what brought me to that decision, and that's on me. That's not on the team.
I want to dive into that a little bit more in depth in just a second, but I want to give a little.
It is on you, but it is also possibly on the UVU EMTs, and I don't know who is responsible here. I think that is a question that needs to be. That is a medical law question that I do not. It's above my pay grade. Somebody needs to ask that question.
A little bit more context, or when it comes to an ambulance at a school at an event like this. Number one, we know that some of the most catastrophic events that are way more regular than we would like it to be are active shooting events at schools. So at the average school, you got between 500 to 5,000 students there every day. We know that there's a threat, and we're very aware of that, and there's a huge precedent for it. And yet we don't keep ambulances on staff at every school. And, I have talked ad nauseum about the fact that we do not take school security seriously. We spend more money, time, effort, and energy protecting bureaucrats in a government building than we do our own children. And it disgusts me. We don't teach kids or the teachers basic emergency medicine. We don't provide physical security features that wouldn't turn the school into a prison, that would just protect the kids. There's not security protocols that are standardized across our education system that would mitigate, deter, detect, and prevent these active shooting events. We don't do any of those things. So here we have a school that, by the way, it happens to have 45,000 plus or minus students enrolled, that there's probably 10 to 15,000 students on campus every day. I don't know. That's an assumption. I know it's more than 3,000.
Small city.
But the argument is, there was 3,000 people there, you should have had an ambulance. Well, why is it that when there's 15,000 people on campus, the rule is we don't have an ambulance on staff?
There is a rule. There is a guideline for this. There are protocols for this. I have the documentation.
It's not a sporting event where we would expect that. And also going back to the insurance, depending on the event, they assess the event and they say, hey, this is what we need in place before we're going to insure you, both from UVU and tpusa. Both of them have to have insurance for that event. And some of those policies are dictated by that. But I agree, there should have been an ambulance on hand, but there should be an ambulance on hand at every school as far as I'm concerned, especially something that big.
I think the insurance companies from UVU and tpusa should be looking into this. I think that they need to be investigating these EMTs not being able to help Charlie Kirk. I think that's important to them. And you know how insurance companies love to screw the customer.
And like I don't know, the misplaced or the specified outrage, where it's like, this is a higher risk. This assassination is a very rare event, but school shootings are pretty damn common, and we should definitely relook at SOPs for the security world based on this and lessons learned, like we do with everything. But we've had plenty of time and lessons learned on school shootings and protecting our children, and we as Americans have not pushed forward. Like, it'll happen, you know, we'll have a mass casualty event at a school, everybody be horrified for like 2 weeks, and then we go on and we demand no changes whatsoever to making sure that we're protecting our kids through protocols, through physical security features, through having staff, whether we want to have law enforcement armed there or teachers trained in arm, and making sure we have trauma kits on. Like, it's nuts to me.
I'll speak to 2 points of that. And it's like, hey, go back, and Utah, I guess, has a pretty progressive law where they were like, hey, if you have something like that, you're required to have a assigned health safety officer.
Right.
Like, who was it for this event?
Why do you not know who it is for this event? Why does Brian Harpole or Dan Flood or tpusa not know who the health officer for the Charlie Kirk event was? Why do you not know that? He should be a known. You knew Frank Turk. You knew that the EMTs were there. How do you not know who the health officer is?
Great question.
And so nobody's asked that question. I've asked.
Yeah.
And who was it? And who's the one to dictate? No, we don't need this.
Why do you need to ask? Why do you not just know? You should know that answer. As the security, you should know that answer. They should be one of your best buddies. You should have their number on speed dial.
Because I know if it were up to me, I'd be like, man, 3,000 people, you know, the world.
It is up to you. You're head of security. It's clearly up to you.
We live in, like you said, should have been there. And or let's start engineering what, and a lot of cities do this, and we've been there to the colleges. Let's start engineering fire stations on the campus.
Yeah.
Both public and private, and high school, you know, or ambulance stations, so they work out of it.
Let's make sure we have trauma kits all over the place.
You'll notice that, you know, I was wearing that kit, and our guys physically wear those things because we know that they have to be on us. And then there's simple things. I'm here with you, and you won't find one of my guys without a tourniquet, which, you know, it's hard to carry a big one, but it's like, hey, let's do less worse, and carry something. And then we've got, you know, chest seals and everything. I don't know one of my guys, and this is everyday carry.
Yeah.
They're going out to eat dinner in a fancy place with their wife, and they have this on them.
And you're 10 times more likely to need that than a gun.
Yeah.
And it's important to have a gun, folks.
Yeah.
Look,
but it's
be armed, be trained.
We talk about your kit, and it's like, hey, that's your everyday carry. You know, if we did a pocket dump for my everyday carry, you know, that's in it.
Yeah.
And because I know the mathematics are there, and I say this from a point of.
I think the mathematics say that if you had, you know, 2 EMTs in the back of the SUV with you with 4 medical jump bags and 2 radios, that mathematically that would be a better scenario than having Frank Turk back there. Just saying. That's just my opinion. But what do I know?
Man, my son and I traveled together, and I saved his life in Turkey.
Yeah.
And if I wouldn't have had what I needed on me in that kit, he would be in heaven. And so I see the value of it. I'm with my own hands, you know, I've had the luxury of saving people's life before, and without the training and without the kit that I had on me, it wouldn't have happened. And so that's why for me, I drive it home to our guys, and they drink the Kool-Aid because they see the value in it. And so that's why you see them wearing that stuff, because it can't be, oh yeah, go grab it from the car.
Right.
You know, or we're going to do it when we get to the car. Yeah. No, seconds count.
Yeah, seconds count. It's not, when someone's life on the line, it's not time to do a scavenger hunt or do arts and crafts, try to make a tourniquet that's going to, you got to have that stuff.
And you can't
available.
cool guy wear it.
No.
Like you see it, you guys come to the range and they got the tourniquet on and it's still in the plastic.
Still in the plastic, yeah.
And I'm like, or, they had it's just like, guys.
Yeah, no, we had, we literally, we do medical courses on a regular basis, and we had a person come to our 2-day course, left that day with one of our trauma kits, and happened to be going through a rural area, came across a car wreck. There was a lady in the ditch. I remember it a couple years ago. I may get some of these details, but long story short, she's almost a full amputation of one leg, a partial amputation of another, and ambulance took like 25 minutes to get there. And that person had been sitting on the side of the road already for a little bit of time before that. Literally, that training, the kit that guy had, saved that person's life. And it's we need you got to assess risks, right? And make, there's the perceived threat, then there's the real threat, and we need to do a logical assessment of that. So your guys, one of the things you and I have talked about privately, you've made several mentions of it here, you guys really stress medical training, you have certifications. One of the shortest stories that you told me, one of the reasons that you had been working at tpusa or with tpusa for so long was because on one of the first jobs that you ever had with them, you were able to address a medical event.
So we can put that out to the...
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, shit. Okay. So I think that, if they are EMT certified or medically certified in some way, shape, or form, I think we need to see those licenses. I think they need to be made public, or we need to know that. I don't know who can find that out, but we need to know that. I got
Brian. Yeah. And he's down in there. He just gets kind of morbid, but and so
even suggest with no evidence. Carry on. I always have
aspirin, Band-Aids, stuff.
To say for so long was because on one of the first jobs that you ever had with them, you were able to address a medical event, and people were there, they saw that, and they appreciated that. And that's kind of established your credibility, and they understood the importance of that.
They saw us as something outside of like security.
Yeah.
Like, wow, this is a value-added service.
Yeah.
I'm not debating whether or not he has medical training of some form. I believe he does. I am interested in the legalities of who is responsible for that patient in this particular situation, because there is there are laws for this, and I don't know, if a law has been broken. If I don't know if by the EMTs not helping Charlie that they are responsible because they did not help Charlie, even though they were denied by the security team to help. I don't know if they were supposed to force their way into the vehicle. I don't know if Brian Harpo is licensed, and in that state, and he is actually, they knew that he was licensed. If they didn't know he was licensed, then there's a question of legality here, and I don't know the answers. This is where we need a bigger voice. We need somebody with, more knowledge of this stuff. It's above my pay grade, but I'm doing what I can, and I won't. Hopefully, somebody will pick this up and take the ball down the court.
And then so that's the way.
And to be clear, going back to what you talked about, the bag that you had on you during that entire event was indeed a trauma kit, and let's talk about just real quick some of the things that were in that trauma kit.
Yeah, you build that kit, and it's kind of weird. I wanted the kit I want, I'd be able to like a backpack on, right? And we have.
The EMTs had 2 of those, by the way, medical jump bags. Yeah, they had 2 of those. They also had medical slings just like yours. So they had 2 medical jump bags and 2 medical slings on hand, ready to hand them over to you, but you denied them.
Kyle, one of our medics, his kit's like big boy kit,
Right.
and we call that an event kit, right?
Right.
So we're an MCI. So he's there. He may have, I think, 10, 15 tourniquets in there, and so that's for an event, and it follows the masses when we're responsible for those people.
Right.
For me, that has to be mobile, and I have to be able to work around it and move around it. And
Quick
so,
access.
Yeah, and so then you have to build it so that you can carry it, and then so for me, I look at probabilities, need, exigency, and so you build those things. So on the outsides, bleed control. So that I can pop it open immediately, and that's the first thing that comes out of it, right? And so I can, whether it be clean 4x4s, anything for wound care, for a GSW or stabbing, and then we have tourniquets, same place outside. And so anything that I need to get to quickly comes from that immediate outside area that it literally can do it under duress with bloody hands, and so you can work through it.
Gross motor movements.
Yeah, and so then you start working into the inside, and that may have the stuff that I may come in for secondary. We got BP cuffs, stethoscope, SpO2, oropharyngeal, things like
NPAs.
Yeah, and so you're working through that I may, once I get that in control, I may go into my secondary, start evaluating vitals, and then you get into the tertiary things that you have time for. Behind that, would that be like a blanket, splints, aspirin, Band-Aids, stuff that it's not.
All the way from immediate to extended care, and then going into boo-boos.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and so you work your way back through that kit depending upon the exigency of the event, and you want that stuff to be accessible to it. And then it's not, a lot of guys check that kit bag. And it's hard because some of that stuff's not TSA compliant, right?
Yeah.
And so, I've got EpiPens in there, Narcan, all this stuff building back. Well,
I would actually, like him listing off all this stuff, I would actually love to see that little bag he had slung around his neck. I'd love to see him open that up and show everything he's just pointed out here, because it's hard for me to believe that tiny little bag, and it seems to me that his bag is smaller than the EMT sling bags, but it's just really hard for me to believe he had all that in that little bag. But maybe he did. That's something I don't know.
On my bags, if it's not TSA compliant, then I would make one that is.
Right.
And so I have one that's TSA compliant, and it goes with me on the plane.
Yeah.
And it's with me. And I've had to use it on the plane.
Yeah.
And so, but as also is one of those things, the reason why we do that is because if for some reason, and it's happened before, the airline loses our luggage, we're still a go on the event.
Right.
And so we learned ourselves from
Well,
that.
that's a great point too. When I was traveling a lot all over the world, there was most of the time I couldn't carry a gun, but you could always carry med gear. And again, some of it, depending on what you're using, isn't compliant, but I always have in my car, on my person, carry on, I always have most of those items, right? Sometimes you don't get the fancy stuff, or razor blades, or some of the trauma scissors and things like that. Let's talk about, again, there's lots of speculation about what happened behind that table, and I think is one of the biggest things that, and I also want people to realize, we see that view from you guys working on Charlie, and we become very myopic, and everybody out there thinks that's the only view, like nobody could see what you were doing. But what people forget is that there were spectators far on the flanks, and it's not like you guys weren't visible to lots of public. You weren't visible to the viewer of the video, but
okay, that I think could be debated out. Most of those people were ducked and covered at that moment. It's quite possible that the amount of people that could actually see from the angle that they were at is very, very few, maybe a handful, okay, that actually could see it. And then how do we know they weren't, allowed to be there where they were, because they were very controlling about who was where when it was up close. I think that could be debated out a little bit.
This idea that you guys were just back there, and I hate to even say it, but you know, there's people saying you're back, you know, you guys are back there choking him, you're finishing him off, like, you know, it's, and then that becomes, the crazy part of that is that becomes a predominant voice, and there's not a single adult in the room, or very few out there saying that's disgusting to even suggest with no evidence or in the void of information. Now, I speculated on the other side, hey, you know what? This is what wound packing looks like. This is what I think they're doing. Now, one of the things I do think I overestimated a little bit was I was kind of going through a slowed down video. You guys, from what I can see, were probably back there about 20 seconds.
So I see Dan kind of ride him to the ground, and so I just take off running towards Charlie because I don't know, or is this about to start a spray? And so you see what's going on, and I just remember I jumped down on top of him, and so I didn't know if this was going to keep happening, and it's to shield him. And then I see later, I don't see it then, but you see it on video, our guys are just piling over the tables, and they're in the same deal. Like, let's just put our bodies between whatever's coming and where Charlie is. And you see Blake just come over that table, and Alex, and just coming over the table just in full speed, and they're only there just to put themselves between what just happened.
They're using their bodies as potential ballistic protection, and then figuring out what's going on, ultimately knowing, hey, we got to get off this X.
And so I jumped down on top of him, and we're kind of just face to face, and when I get down there, I see, you know, he's got doll's eyes, and so I was like, man, this is bad.
So just for people that don't understand that term, like, immediately, what was your thought?
I was like, you know, you use these things, you'd show up and a guy had been shot or shot himself or in a car wreck, and later the reason why in your report you would put, like, upon arrival, the person had wounds incompatible with life. And so that actually went through my head, like, dang it, you know.
You felt immediately he was no longer with us.
You generally don't have attribution of life with doll's eyes.
Yeah.
And so if you've seen it enough, you've seen it, you know. And so,
yet you still did not give up. And that is important, that you don't give up until a medical doctor or coroner declares the person deceased. You don't give up. You don't turn down medical care. You don't give up. Doesn't matter if there's doll's eyes or signs incompatible with life. You're not the medical doctor, and you don't get to decide that. So you keep going, which is what you say you did.
What you mean, just, again, a blank stare, no blinking. We're starting to, got it.
And so if it's a bad guy or somebody, you just go to work, right? And so, but he was bleeding, was coming out, and I remember I got down on top of him, and it was with my right hand. I just was shoving it down, trying to do bleed control. Just immediately put something in there.
So you got your fingers in the wound. You're looking for the source of the bleed. Did you feel a pulse at all while your fingers are in there looking for that artery? And here's the thing, you know, people talk about, oh, it was the jugular, it was the
carotid.
Carotid. You know, people were saying, hey, look, this is the jugular, it's the carotid. I personally, given the proximity of both of those and the damage clearly done, I think both were most likely severed.
And that's factual.
Yeah,
I can tell you that's factual. Yeah, that's a factual statement.
I don't see how you're severing one without the other with the trajectory of that bullet, the type of bullet it was, and I don't care if somebody thinks it's a .223, a rifle round that close to the jugular and the carotid. Both are going to be.
And that's something that, again, I'm not releasing it. That the OR doc released that.
Gotcha.
And so, and Andrew Colvey talked about it.
So both were severed.
Yeah, and so, or I don't know how they worded it, but I know they had talked about the mechanism of injury.
Right.
And then did you see a pulse? Well, man, it just gets kind of morbid, but you break it down, watch the video. It was coming out.
Yeah.
And so I'm on top of him, pretty close and just putting it in there, and you can feel it coming out.
Yeah.
And then I remember it coming out enough.
And that's what I mean by, did you feel a pulse? Could you still feel
Sure.
the blood pumping?
This blood was pumping 7 seconds ago, normal.
Right.
And so it's still pumping now. And so it was enough that I remember I went like that, and I could taste his blood on my lips. Like, oh, that's blood, And so apparently it squirted through or something, and got a piece had squirted through and got on me. That's how close we were.
Right.
And so you feel it, right? You feel it. And so I just was thinking, man, this is bad. But we're talking milliseconds here, right?
Yeah.
And
let me.
Yeah.
Right in front of you, I don't know his name. A dark-haired gentleman. He had glasses on. Younger guy. Looked like he was in his late 20s at most. Had jumped over the table. He was actually down below. He was right in front of Rick Cutler. He actually gets down lower below the table, and he is clearly doing something. What you are trying to do some bleed control. What was he doing?
So, and you see that kind of on his hands.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah.
It's like it's Blake, and man, he just came over like, how can I help, right?
Yeah.
And he's down in there, and it's hard because you have to get off the X.
Right.
And it's still coming, and then I've got my hand in it, and I want to say Blake was helping or something, and that's how that blood got on his hand.
Mm-hmm.
So we're on it. We're just trying. But then again, I've mentioned this before, and they told me I don't remember giving this order, but I said, hey, prep the vehicle. And so the vehicle's prepped and in place, but the doors aren't open. It's not the driver's not in, ready to go.
Right.
And you see Blake take off.
At one point in that moment, and this is where some people were saying it was a handoff, I slowed it down and I proved you were not handing anything off. There was an older gentleman. You're actually pointing, and I think it was just I don't know what to attribute it to. A lot of stuff going on. He's trying to figure things, but he grabs your hand as you're pointing. Mm-hmm. What were you telling? Was that when you were saying go get the vehicle?
Yeah, that's right. And because that guy's, his name's Lane. He's from Y-Refi. He's like a sponsor, right? He was back there as a sponsor for the tour.
Yeah. Not part of security.
No, but he's a known.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was allowed in the non-permeable area.
He's a known. He's in the non-permeable area. So the EMTs are in the non-permeable area as well because they're known.
Because he's a known.
Right.
And then, he runs up there. I don't know him, well or enough, but I just remember, I think that's, when I said, hey, go get the vehicle ready, right? And so, because I'm like,
and you weren't even necessarily talking to him?
No, I was, my guys knew who I'm talking to.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that was the only comms that was made. Nobody, everybody knows their jobs and roles and responsibilities. Nobody said, hey, fall back. Everybody fell back. They knew. We practiced that and done that, and guys have done that in real life and training, and so we just fell back and did what we were prepared to do. And so prep the vehicle, and then, but here's the hard part for me, and it's like, man, I need to do wound care, or I know what continuous wound care needs to look like, but at the same time, I've got to get off this X.
And that's the standard operate. That's what we teach. We don't care for people on the X. You got to get them off the X. Everything. I don't know if you guys had assessed. When I was making that video, and again, I said I was speculating. I don't know if you guys had assessed that the scene was safe or what was going on in your head. So
I'm literally thinking, and I remember thinking, damn, I'm up here high.
Yeah.
Like in a stud, but I sat back, and then Rick's there, and then Dan was there, and you can kind of see us all in that same frame, and that's like there had been the command for that. And then at some point I said, we're exfilling.
Yeah.
And again, you pull back. I said, this is not the time or place. We're about to get shot again. I don't know what's going on, but again, training, you get off the X, and I just called for exfil. And we're not treating a wound on the X. The medicine's not done there. The medicine's done, when we get off of that. And so,
so just to be clear, there was actually no wound packing that took place there.
So he's saying get off the X, no medicine's done until you get off the X. So he's saying he did, medical in the SUV, which means he was off the X, because he doesn't do medical until he's off the X. So why, at that point, that it's okay to do medical in the SUV, why would you not grab the EMTs that are standing there?
So people have asked me that, and I'm like, man, I don't remember. You're just in automation, right?
Yeah.
I know that everything. I know that I don't remember opening my kit when I got in the car. I remember it was all like, so when date and time or time second stamp. I remember when I put that first batch on. I know from personal inventory that I started with 4x4s because they're the easiest to get in, right? And that's why they're there. So I started with 4x4s and then hemostatic.
And when you're saying you're starting with 4x4s, are we still behind the table?
No, in the car.
Okay.
In the car.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no wound packing, as far as you remember, took place behind the table.
And again, I don't remember.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I don't. I wish I could say, or I could say that the textbook. Yep, started that right there. No, I don't.
I don't think that. I mean, textbook is get them off the X.
Yeah.
And again, there was, Monday morning quarterbacking, hindsight being 2020. We still didn't know that it was just one shot.
Mm-hmm. And you're not the first person that's asked me that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, I couldn't tell you. Yeah. I know what my inventory was, and I know what my inventory wasn't when we got there.
If one of the things that we do with our training is I'm sure you do too, scenarios, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the best way to learn. And if I was running that exact scenario and I had a student back there packing wounds in that spot, like, hey dude, stop what you're doing. Get him off the X. I mean, that is the textbook call, and anybody that knows anything about tactical casualty care, which is exactly what we're talking about, care under fire, that is textbook. And one of the things too is like people were slowing that video down, and I became a little bit of a victim of this too, is like, it looks like minutes, and of course they're back there saying that you're, I don't know, doing all the things that they're saying. But to be able to even sell that, they have to slow that video down.
To make it look like it was.
To make it look like it was.
It was less than 20 seconds.
Yeah, it was. It was when you play it full speed.
And we go further than even that. Hey, stop. We do those scenarios. We do scenario-based training for our team and contractually. And if we take it to the next step, where if they're doing 8 on that X, we come in and shoot them with UTM.
Yeah,
we give them
we do the same thing.
We give them a pain penalty right there.
Yep.
And we're like, all right, now we have 2 victims.
Yep.
And so we drive home the fact of that. And so, yeah, it was all about movement. And so prep the vehicles. There's that communication. I don't know when it came out, but it's like we're exfilling, and we start to the car, and you see the guys just pick up, and we start carrying towards the car. I think Blake, Alex, the guys we're carrying towards the vehicle. Rick broke off because you've done it probably where we practice the officer down or person down, and one drags across.
One person's on the far side pulling the casualty.
And he did exactly that. He starts pulling across. I shared with you last night, we had some, to a point, it was like there's bench or cabin seats there. It wasn't a bench, and so it made it increasingly difficult. And so, but we managed it, and it didn't slow us down. Justin gets inside, gets ready to,
I think it's interesting to note that they had dinner the night before they did this interview. So they got their ducks in a row before they had this conversation. I think that's interesting. That's an interesting way to do a investigative interview with someone. Yeah, do a pre-interview, so where all the potholes are.
Gets preps the vehicle, is driving. Dan's up there, and he's got the nav pulled up, and we're ready to go. Rick's on the side, and then Frank Turek jumps into the back. I was a little shocked by it, right? And
you were shocked by Frank Turek jumping in the back because that wasn't planned for. You weren't planning for the EMTs to be there either, but they were there. But you allowed Frank Turk to get in, but not the EMTs. Why is that? That's a question that should be asked.
But Frank's a known, and so.
Oh, he's a known. But wait. The EMTs were known because they were in the non-permeable area. So, I have questions.
That's one of those things I'm not going to argue with him about.
Sure. You don't have time to get into debate on who's coming or who's not.
It doesn't mitigate anything, and Frank's a known and a known with good.
You don't have to argue with him. You just tell him to get the hell out of the truck and let the EMT in. It's real simple.
With a good heart and a good cause. And so.
But he doesn't have 2 medical jump bags, 2 medical slings, and 2 radios attached to 2 EMTs. That's what Frank Turk doesn't have.
Now, once you're in the vehicle, I'm assuming now we are doing some wound packing. What other interventions were taking place?
So we take off and get down the parking lot. I mean, it was so busy, right? And Justin's just navigating it, right? And just booming it because we knew what road, when you see him get to that road, and we just take off, and Dan's calling it out like, upcoming here, we got half block, next block up, we're turning left, and a lot of people think, we don't have lights and sirens, we're working that ourselves,
right.
And so, and it's all about exigency, why are we doing that? And it's because we got to get there, and we got to get to this place that's, I know it's a level 3, but it's 7 minutes closer than the other.
I think that needs to be looked at harder. I've heard very conflicting reports about that, about which hospital was closer, which hospital would be better to take to. I think that needs to be looked into deeper.
You're right.
And so we're getting there, and I've discussed this before and with people, and we didn't. It's not funny, but it's kind of weird because it's not the way you give medicine. It's like we talk about a lot of medicine in austere environments, and the door was open, and Justin's driving, like I said, 60, 80, 100 miles an hour, as fast as that car can go within his capabilities, and Dan's up there calling it out, but we couldn't get the door closed because Charlie's foot was down in the door leg, and so it's open, but I was like, it's irrelevant. Door open, door closed. We're getting off the X, and so I'm on my knees, and I'm both hands, and I'm starting to pile out like, pack pressure. Exactly. And it's the saturation point's unbelievable, and you're not pulling it out. You're adding to it, right? And so we're getting that down in there. I remember, it's a training point. We've done to it before, and there has to be a better way, like a manufacturer. Maybe we can go into it. It's like that little slit on the side of those.
You're talking about the hemostatic gauze?
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, guys.
I usually go in and actually cut them a little bit more.
But then, it's like, but we need something to pull. We need something in real time, right? And so I'm opening those with my mouth, and then putting them down, and then spreading it out a little bit, and then putting them down so I can get a pack in that, and then I'm holding it there, and then working off the other one. Well, Rick's seeing this, right? That I'm working both hands, and the door's open, and I'm halfway out, and we're going, super fast down the road. So he just reaches up and grabs me, and he's holding me in with his hands so that I can work both hands freely on the wound, and I don't have to worry about falling out of the car. And so Frank's just praying out loud, and Rick's praying, and I can hear just the car revving, just going hard. And I hear Dan just calling out the directions to Justin, so he doesn't have to look at anything but the road. And we get there.
Was CPR being conducted during this time?
No, because right now I got to stop that bleeding.
Yeah, no, I had heard conflicting reports, and I was a little confused by that. Like, we can't start doing CPR before the bleeding stops. Right. And people don't understand that.
Prioritization of care, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, I've got to get that bleeding stopped before. And then I knew that we were not that far from the hospital. And the human body can, so I got to stop that bleeding.
Yeah.
I just got to stop the bleeding. And so.
It's very interesting. I'm going to play that part again.
Just going hard, and I hear Dan just calling out the directions to Justin, so he doesn't have to look at anything but the road, and we get there,
Was CPR being conducted during this time?
You know, no, because
Was CPR being done during this time? Ron Harple's answer is no. Clearly, no. And here's why.
Right now, I got to stop that bleeding.
Yeah, no, I had heard conflicting reports, and I was a little confused by that.
I will share the conflicting reports with you, I assure you.
Like, we can't start doing CPR before the bleeding stops.
Right.
And
we can't start doing CPR until the bleeding stops, because when you're pushing down on the heart and you're trying to stop the bleeding, as you're pushing, it's pushing the blood, which will push more blood out. Very important.
People don't understand that.
Prioritization of care,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, I've got to get that bleeding stopped before. And then I knew that we were not that far from the hospital. And the human body can, so I got to stop that bleeding.
Yeah.
You know, I just got to stop the bleeding. And so that was my primary, that's the chief complaint from the patient that I have right here. And so I'm going after that bleed control, trying to stop that. And so we go to the hospital. I'm just working in the whole time out of the kit and just putting them on. And
one of the questions was asked, why did you refuse the additional kit or assistance from the EMTs on site?
That's a great question.
We didn't refuse any.
Really? Oh, really?
They weren't around.
They weren't around. They were 5 feet away.
There's a video coming out. I don't know. It definitely wasn't with you, but there's a video that come out that suddenly these EMTs, and they try to hand off a bag to,
which you clearly saw earlier,
one of the guys, either your team, whatever else.
While it was going on?
Yeah.
While it was going on, Brian. Yes, your guys denied EMT medical care.
Wow. I think you guys already had Charlie loaded up. I have to go back and look at that video.
So that's one of the things that I would love to go back and look at that, but then
you can watch it here on the Stuffed Beagle channel. I'm showing it here tonight.
If I were to grab your blowout or your kit right now, where am I going to go to find it?
Well,
or you could just get the EMT in the SUV, and they could look through their own medical kit, and you could call out what you need, and they would grab it for you. You wouldn't have to dig through their kit. Just saying, ditch the Frank Turek and get the EMT. Just a thought. Just an idea. Let's put that on the table. Because, they're both knowns.
One of the arguments was like there was a AED in there, and people don't understand what an AED is and what it does. They think it restarts the heart or it's some sort of life support. All it does. Charlie wasn't having a heart attack.
No.
He was shot. He had a penetrating wound, and that was the main thing. So
I think if we, all these guys are looking at it from the glasses of 2020, right?
Right.
Sure, if I'd had seconds to waste and this was going to be an ongoing deal, hey, yeah, man, why not throw 2, 3, 4 extra kits in there on us?
Really? You had seconds to waste to let Frank Turek get in the back, but you didn't have seconds to get the 4 medical kits that were being offered to you, and the 2 EMTs and the 2 medical, the 2 radios. Bullshit.
But I don't recall that. If it might have been something that they tried to hand it off to somebody that was on the outside and it didn't get there.
I think that's what.
But our guys know. I'm wearing it.
Yeah.
I'm wearing what we have.
You have your kit.
Your guys know. Your guys know that there's EMTs standing there trying to offer medical kits, but they know you got your medical kit, so we don't need their medical kits or the EMTs. Your guys are trained to tell the EMTs to kick rocks. I have questions.
You know what? You're familiar with it. We have no idea the status of the equipment they're handing you. It wouldn't have helped anyhow. There's nothing.
You don't know the status of the equipment that they're handing you. So you think that you're saying that you think that EMTs medical kits are not up to qualifications. You're thinking they're not, pretty standard stuff, that they're not, you don't think that what would be in those medical kits would be helpful. I mean, what are you saying? What are you saying?
Thing that, and I've said the same thing, and I said, you know, if suddenly the exact same thing happened to my son, and I'm now trying to get him to a, you know, get him to the hospital that's about 15 minutes away, 20 minutes away, and somebody out of the woods pulled up and handed me a freaking blowout kit with, I don't know, AED.
Well, first off, the hospital wasn't 15 or 20 minutes away, so you're not comparing apples and apples. You need to compare apples and apples, not apples and oranges.
Or whatever else. Like, no, I wouldn't even waste my time looking at that. I don't know what's
the precious
going
seconds
on.
are trying to find.
Well, you should waste your time on getting the EMT that does know what's in the medical kit. That you could say, hey, I need this hemostatic whatever doodad and this 4x4 diddly dop. I need this thingy. I need that thingy. I need your extra pair of hands. You could ask them to help you because they're EMTs and they're medically trained and they're knowns. But no, you chose Frank Turk.
Yeah. Well, we're just got to keep his, clean. Or is he? It's like, I'm not going to do that. I know that I have.
You don't need to know where it is. He knows where it is. You're full of shit, man.
I have this here, and I know I have enough.
In some people's mind, is
you have enough. You have enough. How do you know you have enough? How the hell do you know you have enough? How do you know you wouldn't have got halfway there, got in a traffic jam, got stopped, couldn't move, and would you have had enough?
like, oh, here was this other option to save his life, because they don't understand the injury, they don't understand the protocols to address that injury, and they don't understand the limitations of what an AED does.
The protocols for that injury are leave them there, stabilize the patient, and wait for the ambulance. That's the actual protocols. That's the protocols.
Doesn't restart the heart. It fixes any sort of arrhythmia that is caused by different.
Nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about that. That's like null and void here. You're talking about something that has nothing to do with nothing.
From mechanism. The point is that you're not even aware of it, that kit was being handed off, and secondly, nothing in that kit, for people that don't understand, nothing in that kit would have changed the outcome or would have even been a net benefit whatsoever.
You do not know that. You don't know shit. You don't know jack diggly shit. You don't know that. You weren't there. You don't know what they could have done. You don't know. You're saying it wouldn't help. You don't know that. You do not know that. That's bullshit. I'm calling bullshit.
I want to make some people's clear. We do have this ballistic event that is anomalous, right? We have a 30-06 shot from 140 yards.
That's bullshit.
And people are saying it's impossible to not have an exit wound. And just to verify or clarify, did you see any evidence of an exit wound?
No, and of course you look for one. That's part of the thing you do in training. But then that's been spoken to publicly.
It has. People won't accept it, because what's crazy to me is there's other Green Berets, there's other people saying it's impossible. No, you're the one with courage. You're coming out here, you're getting in front of the camera, you're answering hard questions, and I just applaud you. Thank you for everything you do, and thank you for coming out here.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Thanks, Brian.
Man, boy, the hard questions. Okay. Let's go to the next video. Let's see here. Okay, we're going to get into Frank Turk next.
Shot. When I heard the shot, the first thing I thought was go to Charlie, but his security detail was right there, Megan. And so I took 2 steps toward Charlie. I was maybe 25 feet off his right elbow, sorry. And I started heading toward him, and then the security team was there. And so, okay, we got Charlie. So then I ducked thinking, okay, there's going to be more shots. And they went out one side behind the tent. I went out the other side and started running with them to the car. And we had this SUV lined up, the SUV we took in, the one you just saw in that film clip a couple minutes ago. And they got him on the right side of the car. They opened the back door and kind of drug him in, and I couldn't get in either door, so I popped the gate open and got in the back and climbed over the seat. And so
let me go back just a second. He claims that when Charlie Kirk was shot, that he was 25 feet away from Charlie Kirk's right side. And that is a lie. And I'll tell you why it's a lie, because if you watch the video, he is clearly no more than 2 to 3 feet away from the edge of the tent. And that means that if Charlie's in the middle of a 9-foot tent, he's probably between 7 to 8 feet, maybe possibly 9 feet away from Charlie. Why does he continually, and I have several videos with him claiming he was 25 feet away. I think one video he claimed 20 feet. Most of the time he says 25 feet. Why does he continually claim to be 25 feet away? He's clearly not 25 feet away. Why does he continually say that? Is he completely blind? Does he not know how to tell distance? What is the problem here? And the reason this is important, because this is just his first lie.
His Justin was driving. Dan, his main security guy, had the GPS in the passenger seat. Rick, right to my left, was on the head side of Charlie. He was dragging him across the seat. And Brian was in to my right where the door was. And Charlie, as you know, Megan, 6'4", so too tall. We couldn't close the door. Just go, let's go. So we just started driving, and it's not an emergency vehicle. There's no sirens, there's no lights. We're just beeping the horn. And I don't know how Brian stayed in the car, because we're just yanking and banking trying to get to this hospital that's like a little over 4 miles away.
Hospital's over 4 miles away. Okay, and you're saying you don't know how Brian stood in the car, so you didn't notice that the security guy was holding on to his medical sling? You were right there in the back seat. You don't know how he was held in the car, but you didn't see the guy holding on to him. I mean, that's questionable.
And as we're heading there, maybe halfway there, there's an ambulance coming toward us,
which is the ambulance that EMT number 1 called in to dispatch. We need an ambulance. Charlie Kirk has been shot. Okay. Halfway to the hospital, they passed the ambulance that was being sent for Charlie Kirk.
Going toward the venue, and we're should we stop? No, just keep going.
No, just keep going.
Just the doctor later said that was the right thing to do.
Yeah, because the doctor's going to say that. I'm finding that hard to believe. I think maybe the doctor is going based off what the doctor was told. I think the doctor wasn't given all the information. I don't think the doctor knows there was EMTs on site with medical jump bags and medical slings and radios. I don't think he knew that. I think that medical doctor needs to be asked that question. How does this change how you feel about this?
And we're trying to stop the bleeding. And I said, we got to start CPR. I'm looking down at Charlie. I mean, he's a foot from me. His face is a foot from me. And his eyes are fixed, Megan. He's not looking at me. He's looking into eternity. He was already with Jesus. Absent from the body, present with the Lord, says the New Testament. And, but we had to start CPR anyway, so we did. I just started pounding on him.
You just started pounding on him. Oh, we had to start CPR. We had to. Wait. Didn't Brian Harple just testify that CPR was not given, that CPR should not be given? Yet you're claiming that you gave Charlie Kirk CPR in the SUV on the way to the hospital? So at this point, I'd like to claim that one person here is lying. Either Frank Turk is lying or Brian Harple is lying. One of these two people is lying. There is no debate. One of them is a liar. Not, oh, well, he was mistaken. Oh, well, he might be a little confused. Oh, well, he might have said it wrong. No. He's lying. One of them is lying. Which one? One of these people, two people is lying. No questions. Undebatable.
Trying to get him to respond. Couldn't do it. Got to the hospital and just ran him right in through the emergency room, and they had a team there, and they started pounding on him and started putting blood in him, and
they had a team there that didn't know he was coming.
They did get a pulse, but later the doctor said that's just because he was healthy. And
he had Superman neck.
The shot was catastrophic. Let me just put it that way. We couldn't have done anything. He
died instantly.
He had first aid there. He was killed instantly. The only comfort is that he didn't experience any pain, according to the doctor. He was just taken out.
What did the doctor say when he came out?
That?
What did the doctor say when he came out?
Well, there was one doctor that basically said, okay, we have a pulse. So we're all praying out loud. We're like, come on, Lord, save it. Come on. Give us a sliver of hope here. And we're praying out loud in the car on the way there. And
we're praying out loud in the car. Isn't that what Brian Harple said, that Frank Kirk was praying?
Then they brought him into surgery. And about, I'd say, a half hour later, the head surgeon came out and said he's dead. And that's when the great Mikey McCoy.
The great, glorious, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious Mikey McCoy.
Showed up.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord, Mikey McCoy showed up. Next video.
I went with the security team and just got in the car and tried to revive him, but Dave, he wasn't looking at me.
You tried to revive him. You, a preacher, tried to revive him. But wait, did not Brian Harpo claim that you did not perform CPR, that CPR was not performed, that CPR should not be performed? I'm pretty sure that's what he claimed.
He was looking right past me into eternity. His eyes were fixed. We later learned from the doctor he was killed instantly. He didn't feel a thing because it essentially went into his neck and hit probably his brainstem, and so he was gone already. But we did whatever we could to try and stop the bleeding, and I tried CPR on him.
I tried CPR on him, but Brian Harpo says you didn't. So which one of you is lying? One of you is lying. That's 2 times now that he has claimed that he did CPR on him. Twice. He's lied twice.
You had to try, right? I mean,
had to try.
And then we all know what happened. I mean, they did get a pulse.
No, we don't know what happened, really.
When we got to the hospital, but that's just because his body was strong,
Superman neck.
You can do that even when the guy's already gone. So the only saving grace is he was killed instantly.
All righty. So that's 2 times he's claimed to do CPR. That's very interesting. Very interesting.
I'm looking down at Charlie, and we're trying to stop the blood coming from his neck.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe there was an exit wound.
We're trying to stop the blood. I'm pretty sure that Brian Harpo was the one that was, sticking his hands down there. I'm pretty sure that Frank Turk was not trying to stop anything. That's just my opinion.
On the other side, otherwise that would have been bleeding too. And we weren't trying to stop bleeding on the back of his neck. We were trying to stop it on the front. So now, could there have been a possible? But I'm looking. I mean, I'm right there. You know, he's a foot away, and sometimes doing CPR. You know, I'm right on him.
Sometimes doing CPR. Occasionally, you know, on my days off, I do CPR on Charlie Kirk. It's something I just do in my spare time. Got nothing else to do. This is my third time telling people that.
And I do not think there was an exit wound in the back of the neck.
Did you check? Brian Harpo says he checked, but did you check? Were you in a position in that SUV to check?
Maybe there was, but it would seem like we would have to be stopping blood from that angle too, if that were the case.
All righty. So that's 3 times he's lied. Gosh, not a very good track record there. It could be Brian Harpo lying. We're just not sure. What else have we got?
Eric, I want to address something. The stupidity of the internet.
Oh, this is Rob McCoy, the great the great supercalifragilisticexpialidocious Mikey McCoy's dad.
Oh, signals? Really? You're going to put that garbage out? That they were giving hand signals? That was Frank Turek. He was covered in blood because he was giving Charlie CPR.
What? Wait, he was covered in blood because he was giving Charlie CPR. So now we have the story transferring to Rob McCoy spreading this story that Frank Turek gave CPR when Brian Harpo clearly states that CPR was not given, that CPR should not be given. So one of these 3 people is lying. Oh, excuse me. 2 of these 3 people are lying. Excuse me. I'm getting a little confused here.
Frank Turek. I want to address something. The stupidity of the internet.
Stupidity of the internet.
Signals? Really? You're going to put that garbage out? That they were giving hand signals? That was Frank Turek.
You know what this means?
He was covered in blood because he was giving Charlie CPR.
Covered in blood. Covered in blood because he was giving Charlie CPR. That's 3 times for 3 separate people claiming different things. You know, what's going on? What's going on there? Very interesting.
Start CPR. I'm looking down at Charlie. I mean, he's a foot from me. His face is a foot from me. But we had to start CPR anyway, so we did. I just started pounding on him. Trying to get him to respond. Couldn't do it.
Charlie.
Was CPR being conducted during this time?
You know, no, because right now I got to stop that bleeding.
Yeah, stop that bleeding.
I had heard conflicting reports, and I was a little confused by that.
A little confused.
We can't start doing CPR before the bleeding stops. Right. And people don't understand that.
Prioritization of care, right? Yeah. And so it's like, I've got to get that bleeding stopped before. And then I knew that we were not that far from the hospital. And the human body can, so I got to stop that bleeding.
Yeah. Stop that bleeding.
You sit on a throne of lies.
You sit on a throne of lies. All righty. What else we got? Okay, we got Coach Collins getting into it, talking about it.
In places, Candace actually exposed the cameraman, the guy who's the head of the AV that was going on around Charlie the day that tragedy struck. Now, she shows a video of this guy. Now, I already showed this video. Valhalla VFT showed this video as well. That's where I actually found out about it. And this man basically just goes up behind the wall and starts filming everything. And we all thought that was very odd. And Candace actually ended up showing us the video that he filmed, which was pretty dramatic.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was muted. I originally was holding on to the Connor Doherty contact information because I was trying to find somebody that would go and do boots on the ground and talk to Connor Doherty without, going public, so we could get an interview from him. A channel, Project Constitution, stepped up to the plate, came and asked me for the information. I gave Project Constitution the contact information for Connor Doherty. They tried to contact him, found out he was under gag order, and could not get any further with it. Then he posted some stories on his accounts, his social medias, and Coach Collins here picked up the story from Project Constitution. So the story came from me to Project Constitution to Coach Collins, and Coach Collins actually used my videos in his videos to show this.
Completely understandably dramatic. But she showed us this. Now, what she did was inadvertently expose something massive, that nobody has been talking about. This is nuts. And it makes you look at the whole situation around Charlie much different, because I'm just going to say it. In my
she did not, Candace did not expose this. Candace showed this for other reasons. I actually exposed it. Candace still has not seen this. She still has not realized this or talked about this to date.
He could have been saved. I don't know that for sure. People are saying as soon as he hit the ground, he was gone, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know that for sure. But there were people that were there, that were ready to help. Why didn't they actually step in? Why weren't they given the chance to step in? Why weren't they called to step in? You're going to understand what I'm talking about in a quick second. Let's start off with the Candace clip. Then I'm going to show some more stuff. This is mind-blowing. So please stay tuned right now. Let's go. Let's jump into, the video, because, the question is, did you see it? Did you see what Candace showed us? I'm sure you did, right? You saw the man and he was filming himself, right? But did you see what other people saw? That right there. Now you can see it already. It says EMS. Watch this.
Taser shots only.
Other people being me.
EMS. Right there.
Taser shots only.
I had found the EMS, the EMTs long before Candace Owens came out with this video. So I was actively looking for these guys in the videos when she popped out with this video. So that's how I found it so quickly.
It's going to play it again. They're going to slow it down.
You notice Project Constitution in the right-hand corner?
Right.
I'm the one that gave him that story.
Right there. Those two guys. That's EMS.
Shout out.
Because I was wondering, I was like, you have to have people. You don't have an ambulance there and you have no one there? I felt like you're not even allowed to do that. You're not even allowed to have an event where I used to work in film and television. I used to work in situations where I would have to get, and look, he's offering it. That right there, he's offering his tools, saying, guys, take this. If you don't believe me, don't worry. We have more videos that are closer up, better vision. You're going to see. He's offering it. They ignore. The video goes back to him. This is one of the guys. Look at how he's dressed. He has a walkie-talkie. He clearly has this. Now, it's not as clear. I actually messaged a person who posted this video, and I was like, please, can you make sure, can you show me this picture without the writing on it? But the writing...
Well, this picture came from the full video that's on YouTube. So Coach Collins, you could have gone and got this video yourself, or you could have found it on my channel. I have it posted there. Here's one of my problems, and I've noticed this about Coach Collins, and just this little critique, little something to help you, Coach Collins, is that what he'll do is he'll find somebody's video that has added either music or words to the screen, and then he'll critique what they've done to that video and say, I wish you wouldn't play any music, or I wish you wouldn't put words on the screen. And here's the thing, that's their video. Okay. They're doing it their way. If you want it your way, go and get the video yourself, and then you won't have that problem. That's if you go and you use other people's work, you're going to have that problem. Just a little helpful advice to you.
Is important as well. It says his name's Connor Doherty.
Connor Doherty.
If you know him, get him to contact me. I need to talk to him. That's what the person who posted this video is saying. This man is definitely gag ordered. I mean, no way about it, right? He's one of the people in the crowd. He saw it himself. He had to be watching. So he's probably gag ordered. He can't talk to anybody. But I thought to myself, I'm like, again, film and television. I've worked locations. If you don't know locations, we look after the location. If there's 500 people, we have to make sure that those 500 people are taken care of with tents and garbages and this and that. And then there's always people who are first aid people. And they usually work right alongside us because we tell them where they can go. They can request more things, and we're working with them. We always have those people around.
Correct.
So I was like, in a situation like this with 3,000 people, you have to have something, but they didn't have an ambulance. And we called that out. A lot of us were saying, why is there no ambulance? That's a little weird. Why were the security guards doing what they were doing? How come there was nobody there? Everybody was like, that's very convenient, but it turns out there actually was people there. Thing is that they just didn't get to speak at all, and they didn't get a say in what was happening. Now, somebody said what I just said. Connor has been silenced by the historical gag order, covering over 3,000 people. They're desperate to keep the truth from coming out. Here again, here's a little clearer of an image. It's very, very, very small, but this is when the I don't even know if he's campus police, but I know he's some kind of officer, and he's stopping people from going towards the SUV. But if you see right here, you see that EMS bag. Now, that might not be enough for you. We have more. But let's just read a little pushback first. Charlie security tended to the wound immediately, and they continued to do CPR in the car on the way to the hospital. The goal was to get him away from the scene ASAP. They didn't know where the shooter was. The doctor said Charlie was dead before he hit the ground, and his team knew that. Now, the problem with what this person just said is they said that he was dead before he hit the ground, and his team knew that, but they also said this team was working to get him far away from the scene because they didn't know if there was another shooter. So I don't think I need to explain that too deeply to show that person doesn't know what they're talking about. The person who posted this clip actually said, and I guess they have experience in EMS. You can trust me on that. I was going through all their comments just now. He actually did reveal that. There's zero reason to deny EMS the ability to treat Charlie, or at least take the trauma bag. That's what it's called, a trauma bag. With them would have things like AED, which are crucial when doing CPR. 100%. That makes a lot of sense. And honestly, I mean, sadly, EMS, somebody could look completely passed away to you. They're not stopping. They just keep going. Where regular people might be like, oh, he's gone. They go, no. And they just work. They'll work on somebody who might not have a pulse or any vital signs. They'll work on them for like 10 minutes.
It's the law. That's why they do that. It's the law. It is their responsibility. It's the law.
Because they know there's been situations where they're actually able to keep someone alive. Their goal is to keep a person alive, keep blood inside someone's body, bring their vital signs back up if possible until an ambulance shows up, and then they pass it off to people who have more equipment than them, not just trauma bags. Now, let's watch it again. Okay, for the people who didn't believe that those were EMS people, check this out.
Okay, by the way, this is my video he's showing here, which I had played music over. He critiques my music and complains that I'm playing music. Well, here's the thing. This was a video that I shared. I did it my way. If you want it done your way, mute the sound. Don't critique other people's work. If you don't like it, don't use it. Simple as that. Or go find it yourself. But if somebody's doing the work, and finding the data, don't whine and bitch and moan and groan about it. I'm just saying it's a respect thing. Have a little respect. I push my fingers into. That is an AI version of Duality. Slipknot's Duality. That is the song that I put on my video. So that's how I knew this was the video that I posted.
The video was so clear. Oh, whoever posted this video, come on, man. It was so clear. I could have done the zoom in myself. It was the clearest video we've ever seen. Look at that. Look how clear that video is.
So go get the video and zoom it in yourself. I did it so that I could show my viewers the video the way I wanted to show it. If you want to show it the way you want to show it, go do that. But don't critique what I've done. when you haven't done it.
And then you decide to zoom in and you make it potato vision. Come on, man. I don't know why people taking liberties. So many people taking liberties, man. It's crazy. I'm going to silence this just because it's like some video track being played, but I'll go over it. So that's Charlie being rushed off. EMS, right there. So that means they didn't even have a chance to run up on Charlie when he was on the ground. And that would have been the time to have, look, that's a trauma bag right there. Right? So again, they are showing they're showing Frank here, but also they're pointing to the fact that there are EMS guys in the background. So it's not like these guys weren't around. You'll end up seeing them right around here. There he is. Walks by. He's on scene. This is the guy that should have been doing what the security guards were doing. And I'm not saying this out of an attack on him. The security is supposed to be working alongside the campus police and any EMS. They're supposed to be saying, we got our guys there for EMS. I've had to do this in film and television. We have these guys over there. If anything happens, I know these guys are there. Hey, buddy, stay close because we might need you. We have these guys over, like we have the campus police over here. Should have had somebody on the roof. And then if something happens, security should have been securing the perimeter, making sure there's no other shooter, right? Everybody's going to scatter. They can't control that. But they could have controlled that little situation, that little radius of where Charlie was. They lock that down. They say, EMS, get over here right away. Get over here and do whatever you got to do. Keep the blood in this guy's body, please. So this is before the shot. Right, so they're just showing everything that's going on. And this is him and his boy. See, he's taking off that trauma bag because he wants to offer it up. Let me make sure you guys see it. He's offering up that trauma bag. So the one guy named Connor, he keeps his. But this guy says, hey, go ahead and take it. Like, you can just have this. This would just make sense for you to have. Because you have somebody in there who clearly needs it. Right? They're ready to work. That's why they're walking up. They're ready to go. They're like, let us in the car. Why aren't we in the car? We have everything that you would need. The security guards have absolutely nothing except for whatever they were passing around, handing off here and there. That's all they got. And their phones. That's it. EMS guys have everything you can need. They have gauze and they have the know-how. Hey, we have this type of injury. What do you do? Oh, well. And they would just do it. But for some reason, they were, it doesn't even seem like they were they weren't even stopped. They weren't even considered, is what it seems like. So again, there he is. He's taking it off. He's like, let's make sure these guys have exactly what they need. And that offer gets ignored. It gets a stiff no. They put him in the car and they go. Wound open. Charlie bleeding out. That's what they thought to do. Now, I've watched Valhalla VFT talk about the security team, and he makes a good case for just sheer incompetence. Sheer just incompetence. And this could be another illustration of that. Just incompetence to the point where you didn't even know who you're supposed to be getting at this moment. They're just all, wound up on themselves. Oh, man. That's a terrible one to see. Honestly. Really, really terrible. Again, nobody should try and contact Connor. Connor can't say anything. Obviously, he's just going to get in trouble if he does, So there's no point, Charlie. Kirk's secure.
I actually, screw the gag order. Yes, contact Connor Doherty. I think all the news outlets should contact him. Everybody close to this case has been talking about this case. Why in the world would Connor Doherty not be allowed to talk? Screw the gag order.
There's no point in really contacting him. I mean, if you really wanted to, you could, but I would say to leave the guy alone. Because he's just going to get in trouble. That's all that's going to happen. Shout out to Candace, because this wouldn't have been clocked if Candace didn't bring it up. She brought it
up. Candace did not bring it up. I brought it up. Candace has yet to bring it up. Shout out Candace. Like to, get your input on this. Where you at? I've been, I've sent you emails. I've made comments. I've left comments in your chat. Project Constitution's worked on this, which I know you listened to. Coach Collins has worked on this, which I know you listened to. Yet there's been no talk, from you, no information coming out from you talking about the EMTs. Why is that? Are you just like completely blind to this, portion of the investigation, or are you actively not covering it? Which is it? I'm a little confused here.
Up that video and people just started zooming in. They started looking at it, and the next thing you know, people are starting to spot that.
People zoomed in. That was
kind of blown away. Because before it was just the security and incompetence, but it's like it just gets weirder and weirder every day. It seems like this thing gets weirder and weirder. I don't understand, man. I can't even I try to usually go both sides, right? I try to, but I can't see it here. What did you do? You're just extremely bad? Because a lot of these guys, they have service. Like I'm talking about the security. They have service backgrounds. So I'm not saying that you should just be cool under pressure no matter what. I'm not saying that. But you should be a little more used to it than civilians, right? I think that's reasonable. So what happened? You just decide you jumped over, you're handing things off. You're there doing God knows what. There's no blood on your hands. Nothing. What's going on? What were you doing? And then on top of that, there's EMS guys and you didn't say, hey, over here, gauze, everything, do it all now. It looks worse and worse as the time goes on, man. The official narrative, I don't even know. I was going to say the official narrative makes no sense, right? I think that's fair to say as well. It's falling apart day by day, more and more. But this what I've pointed out here, it's not even touching on the official narrative because this was what happened after. Like this doesn't have to do with who did it. This is you handling the situation. That type of stuff is why people make the assumption, or not even the assumption, but they make the speculation of other people close to Charlie being complicit. Stuff like that. That right there. That weird reaction. That oddness of no ambulance. We have the EMS guys, but when something actually happens to Charlie, those guys just stand back, boys. We have this handled. Man. Because the thing is, with the EMS guys, you're in a situation at that point where you don't have to take Charlie away. Those guys had the ability to stop the bleeding, to get something going, to check the vitals, to make sure he's good. And again, like I said, what their job is, keep the blood in the body, keep the vital signs up, bring them back if possible, and tell more experienced people, or not even more experienced, people with more resources come and they take them. That's it. And then they do the exact same thing until you get to the hospital. And then the surgeon gets involved. And then you save a life. I don't think I sound nuts. A lot of people are framing Candace as sounding nuts. Everybody who's covering this out, I don't think what I just said sounds crazy. I don't know.
I don't think it sounds crazy either. I don't think it sounds crazy at all. Okay, let's get on to the next video.
Asked me to look into Sean Ryan with Brian Harpole, Charlie Kirk's head of security, and talk about the fact that he brings up EMTs. And again, very easily, you're seeing inconsistencies in what he's saying. And like I said before, obviously going to call out the inconsistencies. I've watched this interview twice already now. It's clear that it was just to clear his name. I mean, Sean Ryan is not just doing a softball interview. I can respect a softball interview. He is doing an interview where he is leading this guy towards what he needs to say. I mean, you don't see stuff like this on YouTube. You usually see this on MSNBC, CNN, things like that. You don't usually see stuff like this in the independent space. But Sean's breaking ground, I guess. So, and I bet they're connected in a way that we just don't know about because, he has guys who are, military. Sean knows a bunch of guys that are military. Sean knows agency dudes. He probably knows agency dudes too. They're probably connected in a way that they don't care to share with the rest of us because it'll look even less organic than it already does. But we're going to get into this clip here. And then I'm going to show you another clip of him talking where Sean just completely leads him in this very interesting way, but it leads to a contradiction. And then I'm going to play a video from myself talking about the EMTs, where they were, showing that what Brian is saying is not exactly true. I used to work with film and television. You're working locations, which means that you're basically, before it was called locations, it was actually called security because that's what you're doing when you work locations. You are securing the venues, you are securing the areas, you are making sure people can't get in, people can't get out, you're making sure lanyards, you're doing what security does. That's why I'm so sure of what I'm saying when I talk about this guy. And again, not the same type of security, but we are protecting people who are more famous than Charlie Kirk a lot of the time. And we're making sure that people can't get to them and we're taking care of them and we're moving them from place to place unnoticed. Like there's a lot of it. It's almost like a film and television deep state of sorts. It's weird. But we used to have the thing where there had to be a certain amount of medics. So if it was, say, 100, I'm just putting out numbers here, nothing official, but let's say it's 100 people, you need one medic. If it gets to 200, you need 2. If it gets to 500, you need 3. If it gets, like the more that there is, the more medical staff you need just in case anything happens, because you can't have one medic look after a bunch of people. Now, I am going to show you a clip where there are 2 EMTs, and it's just weird that out of 3,000 people, there's only 2 EMTs. And also, just to touch on the whole ambulance thing quickly, it's like you would think this guy, and I know I've said this before, but this is everything with this interview. You would think he would just be the guy to be like, hey, we need an ambulance. Oh, yeah, I know I can't be the one that does it. I know you need to do it. Can we have an ambulance? Yeah, we really need an ambulance. Yeah, there's a part, like, we pull up, you pull up right beside us. In fact, I'll move that car right there. You can put an ambulance right there. Can we have an ambulance, please? Or you look and you go, hey, how much for me to pay for an ambulance? Yeah, because I don't know what's going on. I don't want any liability, just in case anything happens to Charlie. Can I just have an ambulance? Can I do that? Oh, I can, because I know you can. I know you can pay for one yourself. You can pay a couple of paramedics to do off-duty work, and yes, you'll pay them an exorbitant amount of money, way more than they would get usually, because it's like their day off. We used to do it with cops all the time. But yeah, you could pull that off. And he keeps acting like it's the law that kept holding me back from taking these extra precautions. It's the law that held me back from sending another text message to that guy to make sure there was someone on the roof. It's the law that made sure with the drones. It's all the law. I would have done it, but the law held me back. It's like, I don't know, man. I'm not saying there's ways around the law, but there's definitely ways that he could have done things independently. You don't always have to depend on the city. You don't always have to depend on the school. There's certain things that you could do yourself, and then you just front the bill. And you say, hey, Charlie, just so you know, because of what you've decided, since Charlie's the one that decided to do this because he likes it, you say, hey, Charlie, guess what? You're getting charged an extra $5,000 on this one. Yeah, you are, because you decided to do it this way, and we need certain things to make sure that you're all good. What's Charlie going to say? No? Come on.
And then it says, in that law, it says that they may determine where an ambulance is on standby. And I'm like, okay, well, they did have standby UTV medical there, but I can't make them make that, right? Mm-hmm. And first rule of emergency medicine, when an EMT goes, because I've done this, if you don't walk into the room when you're doing your skills portion and say, hey, is the scene safe? They fail you and you're done, right? And so those medics that were around that buggy were nowhere to be found. Why? Because they're taking cover like everybody else. Mm-hmm. And so, and the type of wound that we had, it's not a wait till the ambulance gets there. Yeah. And I'll talk about that and what that doc said and transport and all that. So all that was known and all that's done in the workup.
So what he said right there, he said the EMTs were nowhere to be found. That was the thing that stuck out to me. And I guess that was a thing that stuck out to a lot of you because a bunch of people said, hey, can you address that? And I will with my video. Let's remember that. But let's also remember the EMTs were nowhere to be found. It took 15 seconds for him to do the assessment, plug the hole, and move him. Then we also have that you don't do medicine on the X. Even though those three things that he just did, that was a little bit of medicine on the X. And Sean let us know that it's really important to get off the X, which I don't doubt. But then we also have that the EMTs were actually nowhere to be found because they were ducking for cover as well. Really hard to make that assessment when you only had 15 seconds. In that 15 seconds, you could have called over the people. You could have called them over, or you could have got him off the X because it didn't even go from, we have to get him off the X. It went from, we're going to put him in a car and take him to the hospital right away. He made that assessment in 15 seconds. He could have made the assessment of, I need an EMT right now because my medical kit is this big. And I'll show you in a second, the trauma bags that the two EMTs had were like suitcases. They were huge. They were like backpacks, I should say. Let's not over exaggerate. But that's Connor. That's Connor. I think his name is Doherty. Connor Doherty. He's actually a vascular access technician. So this guy is well qualified to deal with many, many different things. And he could have dealt with what was going on with Charlie. Again, didn't really have the chance. His partner's actually behind him. He's off camera, but his partner is the one that takes off his bag. I think you'll see that in a second. Right? They're ready to work. That's why they're walking up. They're ready to go. They're like, let us in the car. Why aren't we in the car? We have everything that you would need. The security guards have absolutely nothing except for whatever they were passing around, handing off here and there. That's all they got. And their phones. That's it. So that's actually not true. According to Brian, he said he had a little med kit in a little side bag that he had. So just to correct myself on that. So they actually did have a little something, but Connor and his partner had a whole lot more and they wanted to offer it up to the security team. That was a super close up. This was the first video that people saw. And this is what I shared this because this is what Candace missed. I was surprised she didn't bring it up at all, but you can see right here,
this is not the first video people saw. I saw it long before this video came out, a good month before this video came out.
Running up, EMTs just right behind them, right there. Boom. EMT guys. They're walking up. They're like, what can we do? Frank goes in the back, not the EMT guys. The EMT guys are ready to work. They're like, what's going on? And in fact, you can see actually Connor takes off his bag here. Now, nobody can get a hold of Connor, but I'm sure he feels terrible. 100% sure his partner feels terrible as well. But Connor's actually very well versed. The only reason I learned about Connor is because Project Constitution actually, he made sure to send me a bunch of information on him. And yeah, he's very well versed in everything that has to do with EMT, everything that has to do with treating people. It's what he does. It's not like he's a student and they're like, here's a trauma bag and just in case. No. He's actually very skilled. And he wasn't given the chance to actually go to work. So again, you're not supposed to do medicine on the X, but you do a little bit of medicine on the X. And then you have to get off the X. And the EMTs were nowhere to be found. Yet they were right behind you as you were moving, which means that if they were right behind you, they were coming already. So you're saying in that 15 seconds, right? Because that's what he said. That's how long he said it took to assess and start moving. In that 15 seconds, they were already making way to you. They weren't even worried about what he says he was worried about. They weren't worried about other shots. They were like, there's the body, let's go. And by the time they're getting to him, they're already picking him up and bringing him to the car. And then when they offer trauma bags, one of the guys, it's not Brian who doesn't take the bag. Actually, let me see. It could be. I don't think it was Brian. It just seems like it was just one of the guys. No, that's Dan Flood. That right there is Dan Flood. That's the guy with the tight sleeves. Everybody thought he was doing like a hand signal or whatever. Yeah, that's him. So he kind of shoos them away, just straight up ignores them. Now, also, I can be very charitable and say that there's a lot of adrenaline in this situation, right? There has to be. You know, no matter what side of the spectrum you're on, they were security doing a job, they were incompetent, complete, like whatever you're thinking, there's still adrenaline pumping, right? So I don't know, man. A lot of inconsistencies with this story, just a whole bunch of inconsistencies.
Okay, we'll get on to the next video. A lot of inconsistencies. Yes, that's true. This next video is at some point I was during my research, a channel called Mr. Let Go was live on YouTube, and I actually saw it popped up on my feed because I was looking for Charlie Kirk stuff, and he was doing a Charlie Kirk live stream, and he put up a thing as soon as I popped on the video and said, if anybody would like to come on to the stream, hop on. And I hopped on, and this is that encounter.
For you, brother. Go ahead. Okay, so when Charlie was shot, in the back stage area behind the tent, there were not one but two Utah Valley University UVU emergency medical personnel on staff behind the tent with 4 medical bags. Did you know that?
Okay, say it again.
When Charlie was shot, there were 2 EMS personnel on staff behind the tent when he was shot. They were with UVU EMS. They had 4 medical bags on them. I have video of it. When he was shot, he went to the ground. The security team worked on him, picked him up, and carried him to the back. When he was halfway to the SUV, one of the EMS people with 2 medical bags walked behind them and stopped 4 feet behind the SUV. He did not do anything. The security team did not seem to acknowledge him. Then he ran to the front and was spotted 3 minutes and 30 seconds after Charlie was shot in the front, and he was running up the courtyard, and they never did anything. So my point is, there was no ambulance where there should have been, but there was EMS staff on hand for the event. They did nothing. I'm not saying they didn't try to do something. What I'm saying is that they did not do anything. They didn't
They weren't
try.
even around Charlie Kirk, so they didn't try.
No. They were. I have it on video. They were very close. They were closer than anybody else.
Oh,
I've made a video on it. It's on my channel. Okay.
Well, maybe they were there. Maybe they were there, or maybe they were there to give people the illusion that they were safe because they had the EMTs there. Because I'm telling you, when we do these,
do y'all know who these guys are?
I can tell you.
Do y'all know who these guys are? So hold on. Here's a question. These guys right here showed up after Charlie Kirk was gone and started guarding the cameraman. Y'all watch this for a second.
Yeah, I saw that.
These 2 guys were not on site. They came on site after Charlie Kirk was carried away. And look how he keeps going back and forth. His job is to protect the cameraman. Watch this.
Yep, I saw that when you put that
He's
video.
Protecting the cameraman because Charlie Kirk is gone. Who else is he protecting?
Yep.
But go ahead. I just want to say, do y'all know anything about this part, or are you referring to these guys?
No, I'm not referring to those guys. At this moment, the guys that I'm talking about are actually up top. Here's the thing. They either tried to help and the security team refused service, or they were completely ignored. They were right there. They had medical bags. They should have gone into the SUV with him, and they were not allowed to go. They were right there, is what I'm telling you. Everybody's asking why there were 2 EMS people on staff. I can show you video of it.
Yeah, but you said
I remember they had brown on, right?
They had gray shirts that said UVU Emergency Medical Services. They had radios. They had black sashes. They had red and yellow medical bags. 4 of them.
What about the video? Did you have the video? Did you have the video when they kept showing them towed him to the SUV and then they actually put him in the SUV?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have
a video that had that video on it, and they were showing the woman that was screaming, and then all of a sudden she stopped screaming, and then they put him in and then you see the little bitch ass dude that fell on the ground and crawled away. You see him.
He's all running around the car.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are the EMTs in that? Because you said they stopped behind them, so they should be in that video then, right?
Okay. It's very complicated, and it took me a long time of searching to find this. When you see the video that's taken from the side of the SUV, where they're putting Charlie into the SUV, and you see Frank Turek running to the back of the SUV. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. I have video that shows a different angle. The EMT is directly to the left of that camera shot. He literally is right off camera. That's why you didn't see him. He is right there. And then when Frank Turk runs around the truck, the EMT walks forward. He is closer than anybody other than the security team to Charlie Kirk. And I know you guys are going to love this. On July 17th, 2025, they did a mass casualty event of a bomb going off at the campus of UVU. And this EMT was in the training exercise.
So I'm looking at this guy in the black. You talking about him?
No.
Okay.
You're not seeing
this video of everybody walking around.
I have the video. I'm telling you, I have the video. It's on my channel. I can show you. Let me. Would you like me?
Oh, here you go. Is this him? Hold on. Let's see.
Yes, that is 3 minutes and 30 seconds after. That's one of them. The guy that actually followed Charlie is coming up right here, coming up at the bottom wearing black shorts right there. He saw Charlie. He was standing at the SUV. I can prove it. I have it on my channel. I have the video. I have it proved. They were there. Why did they do nothing? Why were they not in the SUV with Charlie?
That's strange.
Hold on. God damn it. What the hell? All right, so hold on. New information. I don't know what this is. Listen.
And FBI Director Kash Patel says the suspect who allegedly shot and killed conservative activist Charlie Kirk is now in custody. That's according to a statement from him on X. Joining us now is retired FBI Special Agent Greg Schaefer. He's currently the Principal and Chief Operation Officer of the Active Shooter Prevention Project. Greg, thank you so much for joining us as we unpack this tragedy. Now, there is
this said 2 months ago.
Actually a press conference right
I can
now.
show you the video if you like.
Old. This is old, y'all. Don't send me nothing old. Y'all confusing me. Jeffrey Everything did not have a client list and committed. Okay. All right, go ahead. Sorry, I thought I was getting break. Oh, wait. Here's the camera.
I've got a 1 minute video that shows what I'm talking about. Would you like to see it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll present it.
Yeah. Send it to me and I can pick it up.
Okay, how do I do that?
Put it up like this is your channel, and it'll ask.
Well, on my channel, I do about a 12-minute investigation, but I can send you I can show you a 1 minute clip of just the video.
Yeah. 1 minute clip. That's it.
Okay, I can present. Let me present that to you.
Yeah, just present it, and it'll ask for my permission, and I can bring it up.
Okay.
Y'all don't send me no old stuff because I'm on live. I'm just all right. There it is. All right, let me see. Remove other media. All right, hold on a second.
Just let me know when to play it. I've got it where I've got the original video, and then I've got it slowed down, and then I've got it zoomed in. Okay, so you get to really see it. I had to really dig to find this. This was really hard to find, y'all.
Okay, this is a picture or what's going on?
This is a video. You ready?
Yeah, play it. Oh shit, this is clear too.
Okay, you see right in the back of the SUV, he's got the red bag on. That is an EMS standing right behind. He is right there. They're not acknowledging him. They're not asking for his help. This is proof positive. I've been trying to get this word out, y'all, and it is extremely difficult. I mean, I have a small channel. I've got about 6,400 subscribers, but that is nothing to try to get something like this out. He's just
looking like, hey, y'all need help or no?
Yeah. He is right there. He is literally 4 feet away right now from the back of the SUV. When Frank Turk in the white runs around, he walks closer. He is literally right there. He's closer than anybody else and saw what happened to Charlie. He is an eyewitness.
Wow. Can you rewind this photo again? That was some good footage. Whoa.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me. Is that playing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Thank you so much for this.
You're quite welcome.
Look at Frank Turk, punk ass run around. Shit.
It's the guy with the red backpack. Now I had to zoom this in because it's on a very far away shot, but it is there, clear as bell. What happened? This is undeniable.
Yeah.
Would you like? I can show you the picture of him doing the mass casualty event.
I don't know what that is.
I'll show you. I'll show you.
Oh, who's doing the what event?
Okay. Let this finish and I'll show you. I'll explain. This is actually very important because if this is a staged event, one of the things they do is mass casualty events to prepare. Okay.
I don't understand. Can you explain what that is?
I'll explain. Okay. You follow. This is right. He is literally, 2-3 feet away. Now the image, the video that you saw where it was taken from the side of the SUV. Okay. It has already cut off. This was not seen on that video because the EMS man did not walk forward until that video cut. That's why you didn't see him. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, let me stop. Okay, I stopped the screen. Let me show you this.
Damn. The Scooby-Doo mystery team, they on top of it now. They send me more stuff about the dude in a in the red bag. They mad tomorrow. We showed you this already, Mr. Lego. I'm like, I don't see everything. They be dropping so much stuff in the group chat. Have you seen everything?
Okay, let me know when you see this.
All right, hold on 1 second. I want to show this picture. And shout your channel out real quick. What's your channel name?
My channel Stuffed Beagle, and I do alternative history. And I've been around a while. I have been involved in conspiracies for 18 years now, but that's not what I study. I study old world, and that's what I stick to. But this is actually something that I can really be helpful with. This is not also something not known, but the video where Dan Flood was found with his meta glasses, that's actually one of my finds. And there's some other things I've been helping out with behind the scenes with other creators that were getting things wrong, and I was fixing their mistakes, helping them, see what they were doing wrong. But
and real quick, shout out to Raphael. Thank you so much for the $40 for the $40 cash app. Thank you so much, Raphael. Thank you. He says, keep speaking the truth. Thank you so much, Raphael. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, do you see this image?
Yeah, UVU hosts realistic B situation with first responders helicopter.
Okay, this was on June 17th, 2025. Now, the gentleman that was the EMS person that was standing behind Charlie Cook's SUV is right here. That is him.
Oh, it sure is.
I've got a clearer picture of it now. This is a simulated drill of a mass casualty event that took place on the campus of UVU on June 17th of this year. This guy just recently went through mass casualty training. Now, this article goes on, and it tells all the agencies that were involved in it. I'm going to go through this real quick. You can do your own research. But this gentleman is okay. I'm gonna stop share, and I'm gonna get another picture. There's 2 more pictures that
Hold on, I want to show a picture too. Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
Let me show you. This is a picture of that same EMS guy.
Okay.
Right here.
Yes.
That's him, right?
Yep.
He ain't doing nothing. Look at this shit, y'all. He just standing there like an idiot. But like you said, he's like a crisis actor or something.
I don't want to accuse this person of not doing his job. I don't think that I have any proof of that. But I do think that the question needs to be asked, why was his services refused? Because he is obviously standing right there.
That's crazy.
Now the
same thing too. Go ahead.
I'm gonna share another image here.
Okay,
let me know when you see that.
The same one. I just see the same one.
Yes, this is a clear image of the one I was just showing. This is the gentleman. Okay. And if you can't tell it, but he is wearing a UVU. This guy's got the UVU. But it says UVU Emergency Medical Services. Now I'm gonna let me stop. I've got these images in different places, so I'm gonna share one more image for you to drive home what I'm saying here, and let me know when you see this. This is a screenshot from the video you were just watching where he was running from the back.
Yeah.
Now this is the same gentleman. Okay, this is the gentleman that was behind the SUV. This is the gentleman that was in the mass casualty training event, and so there is proof that EMS was on hand and did nothing service was refused. They did not accept his help. Now I'm not accusing anybody of who's wrong, but somebody messed up. Somebody didn't do the right thing. Somebody ain't telling the truth.
Yeah. Hold on. And Allie, you said get him to come online. What's the medical guy's name? Get who to come online. Get who to come online.
I've not been able to remember the person's name, but
I'm talking to one of the people in my group chat. They're watching it and they're dropping stuff in the group chat. So I'm talking to her. She said the medical guy. Oh, she said, see if I can find a medical guy. Do you think we gotta shit? We gotta find
UVU.
Okay. So can you DM that? Because you don't know his name, but we can probably use his face, and if he works for UVU, his face is probably somewhere on the website. UVU medical team.
I have looked, I cannot find it. Now I tell you, the reason may be because if you look into UVU, they have a humongous emergency medical and fire training class. So this guy could be a small part of a big wheel.
Exactly. So can you send me that image of the guy, like just via Instagram? And because if we can get that medical guy online, we literally can solve the entire crime.
I think there's a question to be asked here, is what I'm saying.
We can solve the whole crime that we get the medical dude.
Yep. I think you could possibly solve a lot. Okay, let's get to the next video. I appreciate y'all hanging out with this. I know it's painful, but it needs to be done. I appreciate all of you doing this with me. Okay, now I'd like to shout out a brand new channel, The Unleavened Truth, and this is a video they dropped very recently, and this is their perspective on it, and I think they made some good points. So shout out The Unleavened Truth, and go check their channel out, and we're gonna let them show what they found on this.
This article from eventmedstaff.com, and it's how to stay compliant with Utah's EMS laws for public events. And so this company basically just specializes in getting you right for events that you're going to have in the state of Utah. They provide the staff that you need, all the permits, making sure that you're compliant with state laws, all that jazz, right? All the, legal mumbo jumbo. So I'm just going to run through this with you guys. Who regulates EMS at Utah events? EMS compliance at public events in Utah is typically overseen by Utah Department of Health and Human Services, local city and county fire departments or emergency management offices, venue-specific safety requirements for concerts and stadiums. Key EMS laws and requirements in Utah. Number 1, medical staffing may be mandated for public events. In Utah, if your event meets such criteria such as expected attendance of 500 plus, alcohol being served, physical activities like races, festivals, concerts, outdoor summer scheduling, you will likely be required to have licensed EMTs or higher level providers on site. Okay, pro tip, local fire marshals and city planners often won't sign off on your permit without a clear medical coverage plan. That is so key. They will not sign off on your event, meaning you can't have this event if these guidelines aren't met. Let's continue. Number 2, all on-site medical personnel must be licensed. Per Utah Code and DHHS regulations, only state-licensed EMS providers are permitted to deliver care at public gatherings. That means no first aid volunteers, no expired or out-of-state only credentials, and you must be able to verify licensure and certifications. So to me, this means if Charlie's security team, for example, is providing emergency medical services, they need to have some type of certification or licensure in the state of Utah. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I remember when I used to work in finance, any state that I would work in where I had a client that lived in that state, I would fill out the requirements to be licensed or to have my license carry over in that state. Could easily be the case for Charlie Kirk's security team. But if not, we got a problem. Let's continue. Number 3. Medical coverage must be documented before your event. Most Utah municipalities will require a medical action plan or EMS coverage plan, a map showing triage and medical stations, copies of licenses and liability insurance, and a roster of medical staff and hours on site. Now, this company, like they say, they provide all this for you with every booking so you can focus on the event and not the paperwork. Now, again, this is major to me. Right? In order for tpusa to host this event at UVU, they needed to provide a full medical plan with contingencies. Hey, if this happens, this happens. If this takes place, that takes place. All these different things have to be in place just to get your event approved. Okay? So if we contrast just these first couple bullet points with what we saw that day, I mean, there is massive amounts of negligence involved, not only from UVU and tpusa, but Charlie Kirk's own security team. There's a lot of things here that they dropped the ball. Let's continue. Number 4, you must coordinate with local EMS. Many Utah cities require event organizers to notify the local fire department, provide your medical plan in advance, be prepared for a site walkthrough or safety briefing. And this company has worked with EMS teams across Salt Lake, Ogden, Provo, Park City, and beyond, and can coordinate with dispatch on your behalf. UVU's campus is in Provo, Utah. So this would fall in line that this company would qualify as a company that you would hire to take care of all this stuff for you. But again, the key part here is in advance. You have to have these things in place ahead of time. Otherwise, your event will not get the proper permits and you can't host it. Plain and simple. Here's some common mistakes that can break compliance. Hiring unlicensed or uncertified event medics, submitting incomplete permit paperwork, not notifying EMS dispatch about your event, understaffing based on crowd size or risk, and failing to provide hydration and cool down stations. Even a single oversight can lead to fines, delays, or worse, delayed care in an emergency. Delayed care in an emergency. I think Charlie Kirk's assassination qualifies as delayed care in an emergency. Here's some common FAQs. How do I know if my event needs medical staffing? Well, if you're expecting over 500 people serving alcohol or holding an outdoor high-energy event, assume that medical staff will be required. When in doubt, ask it out. What certifications should my EMTs have? They must be Utah licensed EMTs with current certifications. All of our staff meet these standards and are covered by liability insurance. So again, this company is like crossing all the T's, dotting all the I's. If you want to host an event in Utah, these are the things you got to do. Our company can help you with that. But whether you hire us or not, these are the things that got to be in place. Number 3, and most important in my opinion, do I need to file a medical plan with my permit? Yes, in most cities. We provide a complete medical plan, staffing roster, and insurance documentation with your booking. We can stop right there. If this event was handled properly, there should be a medical plan that was submitted to whoever the powers that be in the state of Utah or in the city of Provo to make sure that this medical plan, triage layout, all these different things were in place. So my question is, where is that medical plan? Did tpusa, did Charlie's security team actually submit this medical plan and get approval for this event? Because if they didn't, you're talking about a multi-million-dollar company in tpusa, a multi-million-dollar brand in Charlie Kirk, and his security team, all guilty of massive amounts of negligence. And if I'm the loved one of Charlie Kirk, his wife, his parents, right, even his children, okay, if I'm someone close to Charlie and these things aren't in place, I'm suing. I'm suing the state of Utah. I'm suing Utah Valley University. I'm suing tpusa. I'm suing Charlie's security team. I'm suing everybody because all of you failed to protect the person that I love, in this case being Charlie Kirk. And like I said in my last video, we have all these people who are character assassinating people like Candace Owens, Trigger Smart, Range Day Bro, all of these people who are just asking common sense questions. We have a gunshot wound. We have a victim on a college campus in a country that is pretty familiar with school shootings. Where are the paramedics? Where is the ambulance? Why is Charlie being treated by his security team and not EMS? It makes no sense.
It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. All right, let's move on to our next piece of data. Let me share a screen here. All righty. Let me set my doodad here. Okay. This is the image taken of Charlie Kirk and Phil Lyman backstage right before he went on stage at UVU. And in the background, you can see the UVU EMS UTV right behind them. Now, here we have, let's see. Okay, this one has EMT number 2 and his medical jump, his medical sling right here. This is he's backstage behind the tent. This is after the SUV left and after George Zinn was arrested. This is another image, a little bit different. This is another image a little bit different. That's EMT number 2 right there. This is just a little something I made, just trying to get the word out. And sometimes humor can spark people, into looking into something. This is a shot of Connor Doherty, EMT number 1, as George Zinn is walking past him, and notice that he has on his medical gloves. So this is about 3 minutes after the shot rang out. And the reason I know that is because right after this, he goes back, grabs his medical jump bag, and then you see him running to the front, and you see him running to the front at 3 minutes and 30 seconds after the shot, which is why I had the time code running on the shot earlier. And there he is looking at him. This is the UVU EMS UTV as George Zinn is being arrested, walking past him. And you see the security guard with blood on his hands. This is one of Charlie's security guards. This is Phil Lyman with Connor Doherty in the background. And so he is standing right beside him. Just a show note, I did try to reach out to Phil Lyman through a back channel. I have a back channel that went directly to his office, and he was asked if he would like to participate in this investigation and to go talk to Connor Doherty, and they turned down the offer to do that. They did not feel that they would be of help in this investigation. So sadly, he did not go and do that. I thought he would be an excellent choice to go and talk to Connor Doherty. And this was very early on in my investigations. And you can see Connor's got his medical sling bag on here, and he's motioning here. Somebody is trying to get his attention, or he's asking, "Where do you want me?" The way he's motioning right here, as you can see in the beginning of this video where I showed that. All right, so let me remove that, and let me get a couple. Let me get another screenshot going here. Let's see. I don't need that one. This one here, I think. Okay, these are some screenshots from the video, and you see Officer Kim here. This is the gentleman that supposedly just showed up, that he wasn't supposed to be there. Now, I don't know if that's true, but that's what I believe Brian Harple said, that he was not supposed to be there. He just showed up. That was his wording. I don't know what that means. This is EMT number 2. This is 3 minutes and 30 seconds after the shot. That's EMT number 2. He's got his medical sling on. He's got he's got a fanny pack here. He might have more medical equipment there. You can see Connor Doherty, EMT number 1, coming up from the rear here. And here comes Connor Doherty with his medical jump bag there. EMT. Oh, look, he's got medical scissors in that bag. So he has more medical equipment on him than I even knew. He's got his gloves in hand. Connor Doherty has his gloves on. He's got his radio, his medical jump bag, and his medical sling. And here he's going up. And just so you know, the direction he is headed is, if he actually if you went stage left, up in the buildings that are up above here to the left is where the EMS office is, in the Swordstein building, I believe is what it's called. But if you look at his face, he just looks like he's seen a ghost. You know, he looks like he's seen some shit. He's got his professional radio on, which he called for an ambulance to dispatch, and dispatched the ambulance, which the security team passed halfway to the hospital. And you see it's got UVU2 on his radio. So if we could get the UVU dispatch audio, we would know that he was on UVU2 radio. Alrighty. So let me stop that screen and we'll get ready for our next set of images. And here we go. Share screen. Okay. These shots, these are shots, still shots from a video that was taken backstage. You see the security team walking Charlie Kirk to the SUV, and this is EMT number 2 getting ready to grab his medical jump bag. This is a shot of the medical jump bag as Connor Doherty is walking behind the security team. There's another shot. This is Charlie Kirk is in the SUV. They're getting ready to take off. Connor Doherty and EMT number 2 are standing right here. There's Connor Doherty right there. EMT 2 is right there. Connor Doherty is right here. EMT 2 there. Connor Doherty, EMT 2. EMT 1, Connor Doherty, EMT 2. And these are just still shots showing that they were right there. Just more and more proof. They were right there, and there. Just more and more proof. I'm giving you as much evidence as I can possibly give. Somebody can pick this up and go from here. I've got more. We ain't done. I know this is long, but this is what's got to be done. I'm giving you everything I got. I'm throwing the kitchen sink at the son of a bitch. Okay. You see his radio right there on his sling. These are all separate images. Okay. I know that was a little bit painful, but it has to be done. Okay. All right. Let me check what we're going to need to look at next. Okay. We're going to get into documentation things next. Let's see. Okay, we don't need this or that. We're going to check this out. Okay, what is an exfil? This is from Google. Exfil usually means exfiltration, exfil, the tactical removal of people or data from a dangerous place or system. A tactical removal of people. Exfiltration, exfil, military tactical, secretly removing personnel from hostile territory, like getting spies out. I just find that interesting. Now, you know, I don't know, you know, but I just find it interesting. You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of strange. Let me get my doodad right. I like this better. Okay. I just find that wording interesting and strange. Exfiltration means secretly removing something, most commonly referring to data exfiltration. In military tactics, what is it? Covert removal of personnel from enemy territory, a stealthy form of extraction. In general terms, what is it? Secret or unauthorized removal, the opposite of infiltration, sneaking in. Now, this is Brian Harple's wording. They exfilled Charlie. I just find that interesting. Let's see. We got emergency medical services, EMS at uvu.edu. This is their phone number. This is the room in the Sorenstein building that they are in. This is their contact information. this is the number you call to find Connor Doherty. If anybody would like to call and try to set up interviews, there is your number. This is a screenshot of my video, my first video talking about the EMS. This was on September 26th, 2025, and the footage that Candace Owens showed of that was taken by the AV guy from the embankment, showing the EMS guys standing behind the SUV trying to hand off the bag. She did not share that video until October 27th, about a month later, 2025. Okay, so here's absolute proof that I broke this story first, and she has yet to mention the EMS EMTs. So there's your proof on that. This is the UVU Emergency Medical Services website, and if you remember the picture we looked at earlier, there, right there, on their front page is Connor Doherty, our EMT, and this is their web page. Oh, and the location, you can find our EMS station in the Sorenstein building, room SC-108H, nearby the campus store and the satellite police station. And that is actually up top of the the area where Charlie Kirk was shot. So it's very close. And there was possibly more EMTs on site that day that we don't even know about. The UVU Emergency Medical Service Team is a state licensed basic life support BLS quick response provider operating under the direction of Utah Valley University's Emergency Management and Safety Department. The team is dedicated to responding to medical emergencies across UVU's main campus and during university-sponsored events. Our team is composed of highly trained and certified volunteer students holding current EMT, basic, advanced EMT, and paramedic licenses issued by the state of Utah, operating at the BLS level. All right. And there again, there's their contact information if you'd like to do some more investigation. UVU Emergency Medical Services Team, UVU EMS. UVU Emergency Medical Services Team is a state licensed basic life support BLS quick response provider operating under the direction of Utah Valley University's Emergency Management and Safety Department. The team is dedicated to responding to medical emergency across UVU's main campus during the university-sponsored events. I think I already read this. Yes, I think I already read this. Let's keep going. In Utah, the EMS duty to act. That's really important. In Utah, the EMS duty to act requires provider to respond, to assess, treat, and transport patients when necessary, according to their level of training and in compliance with protocols. This legal obligation applies once a provider has made patient contact and includes a duty to provide a complete assessment, render appropriate treatment, and arrange transport unless there is sufficient evidence it isn't needed. Breaching this duty can lead to legal consequences. Though Utah's Good Samaritan law provides immunity for those acting in good faith, with exceptions for gross negligence or when the provider calls the emergency. Key aspects of duty to act in Utah: response to an assessment. Providers must respond to a call and perform a full, complete assessment on every living patient they encounter. Treatment. They are legally required to treat the patient based on the findings of their assessment and medical protocols. Transport. Transport to a facility is mandatory unless there is clear evidence that it is not necessary. Intervention. There is a legal implication that a duty to intervene exists if a fellow provider's actions are substandard, meaning you may be held accountable for another's mistakes. Good Samaritan law. This law protects individuals rendering emergency care in good faith from a civil liability, with the main exceptions being gross negligence or causing the emergency itself. Scope of practice. This duty is tied to the provider's specific training certification. It is crucial not to perform procedures outside of one's scope of practice. Off-duty considerations. While the duty is primarily for on-duty personnel, the skills and knowledge of an EMT or paramedic don't disappear when they are off-duty. Recent legislation. A recent bill, SB 0209, became law in 2025, expanding the scope of practice for EMS professionals in non-emergency settings while clarifying that their roles in emergency response situations remain unchanged. Okay, next thing we got. What is the legal obligation of EMS providers? EMTs are governed by federal and state regulations that define their scope of practice, protocols, and medical control. These regulations ensure standardized and safe care delivery. EMTs are legally obligated to fulfill their duty to act, providing immediate medical care in emergency situations. All right, what we have here is, this is a first aid paramedic medical junk bag. If you want to know what's in those big ass bags, this is an idea of what could be in them. That doesn't mean this is what was in their bags, but this is an idea of what an EMT or an EMS person would carry in their medical junk bag. These are the larger bags. Okay. I'm not going to read all this, but I am going to give you an idea. You can stop and, read it if you want. Oh, wait a minute. I messed it up. Okay, there we go. All right. Hold on. Oh, good grief. Okay, here we go. Buttons aren't toys. Airways, intravenous medicine, stethoscopes. I don't know what this, all this stuff is, but this is the idea of what's in those bags. Trachea things. This is just to give you an idea of what is in these things, the kind of level of equipment that these people are carrying around with them. It's insane. Could this have helped Charlie? I don't know. I mean, I can't answer that question, but I think the question needs to be asked. And I'm asking the question. And I'm hoping that, people, larger channels like Candace Owen and Ian Carroll and Valhalla VFT and Baron Cohen and, these larger channels, Trigger Smart, let's ask the questions. Y'all have a bigger channel. Y'all have a bigger mouth. And, let's ask the questions. Okay, this is a post from Project Constitution. This is the gentleman that I gave the lead to originally, and he found that he was on that Connor Doherty was under gag order. And this is a quote that he got. Now, I don't know where he got this quote from. He does not tell, but I just thought this was very interesting. It says, this is supposedly a quote that was made by the EMTs to the security guards. Let us in. We have everything you need: gauze, tools, expertise. Dressed in full gear with walkie-talkies and professional equipment, they approach security pleading, let us in. We have everything you need: gauze, tools, expertise. Here's another post of Project Constitution talking about the mass casualty event. I'll let you read through this. And like I said, I gave him this lead, and then Coach Collins picked up the lead from Project Constitution. Here is another post from Project Constitution. Hold on a second, but aren't toys. And new video proves Charlie Kirk security block standby EMS crew from providing critical life-saving aid minutes after Charlie Kirk was shot. And this would have been the video that Candace Owens shared here, but Candace Owens has not talked about this. Why? This is on the UVU Medical Services webpage. Request event medical services, UVU EMS event coverage, Utah Valley University Emergency Medical Services. UVU EMS is committed to supporting the safety and well-being of all participants at campus events. We provide professional medical care coverage for events held on UVU's main campus as well as UVU sponsored off-campus events. How to request EMS coverage. To ensure proper planning and coordination, please submit your request at least 2 weeks in advance by emailing ems@uvu.edu. Our team will respond promptly to confirm availability and gather any crucial additional information. When submitting your request, please include the following details: event location, estimated number of participants, event duration, requested EMS coverage time frame. Let's see, I asked the question, the Utah Bureau of Emergency Medical Services requirements for events. The Utah Bureau of Emergency Medical Services requires event organizers to submit a special event EMS plan to the Regional EMS Council at least 90 days before an event, outlining emergency response, staffing, equipment, and site layout to determine if the plan adequately addresses the event's EMS needs. The specific requirements for staffing, equipment, and advanced life support, such as ambulances and on-site medical teams, depend on the event's size, risk level, and potential for injuries, with the plan subject to approval or disapproval by Bureau of EMS within 60 days. Submitting a special event EMS plan. Contact your regional EMS council, identify the regional EMS council assigned to the event location, and submit your plan to them. Submit early. The plan must be submitted at least 90 days before the event. Await approval. The department will approve or disapprove the plan within 60 days of submission. Factors to consider in your plan. The Utah Bureau of EMS will use the submitted plan to assess its ability to meet the emergency medical needs of the event. When developing your plan, consider factors like event size and duration, the number of expected attendees, and the total duration of the event. Risk level, the potential risk of injuries or illnesses, participants, and spectators. Site layout, information on location of first aid facilities, ambulances, emergency access lanes, and other important structures. Staffing and equipment, the ability of certified EMS personnel, appropriate medical equipment, e.g. defibrillator, AED, and potentially an on-site ambulance. Refer to the rules and regulations. For detailed guidelines, refer to the official rules and regulations from the Utah Bureau of EMS. You can find the special events EMS plan application through the link provided on their website. Who has the authority to stop an EMT from providing medical care to a trauma victim? Let me get a swig of hooch. An EMT can only be stopped from providing medical care to a trauma victim by specific individuals under limited legal defined circumstances. The patient, if competent, an adult patient who is conscious, alert, oriented to person or place of time and event, and demonstrates capacity to understand the risk and consequences of a decision, has the legal right to refuse all medical care or transport, including life-saving treatment. This is a core principle of patient autonomy and informed consent. Charlie Kirk did not qualify for being competent. He was, unconscious. An on-scene physician under specific conditions. A licensed physician who arrives on the scene can assume patient care, provided they can verify their credentials and agree to accompany the patient during the transport. The EMT medical director may need to authorize this transfer of authority. The EMT is not obligated to cede control to a physician if they have doubts about the physician's competence or ability to provide continuity of care. Well, there was no on-scene physician, so that doesn't count. Law enforcement, for safety reasons, police can require EMS to stage away from an unsafe scene until the area is secured, e.g., active violence, fire, chemical spills. They do not, however, have the authority to overrule medical decision or prevent life-saving care once on scene. A legal guardian, power of attorney for an incompetent patient. If the patient lacks mental capacity, e.g., due to severe head trauma, intoxication, or an altered mental status, their legal guardian or person with medical power of attorney may be able to refuse treatment on their behalf, provided they can produce valid legal documentation. In an emergency with an unconscious victim, i.e., Charlie, implied consent generally allows EMTs to provide care until a competent authority intervenes. Can a private security person stop an EMT from providing medical care for their client when they are, I think I said unconscious? A private security person cannot legally stop an EMT from providing medical care to a trauma victim who is incapacitated. Here's why. Implied consent. When a patient is unconscious, severely injured, or otherwise lacks mental capacity to make a rational decision, the law assumes they would want life-saving treatment. The principle of implied consent, EMTs have a duty to act in such situation. Authority of EMTs. EMTs and paramedics operate under state licenses and specific medical protocols supervised by a physician, medical director. Their duty is to the patient's well-being, and the life-saving care takes precedence over instructions from private security. Limited power of private security. Private security officers generally have no more legal authority than a private citizen unless they are sworn law enforcement officers. They are primarily obligated to protect their clients' assets and ensure scene safety, not to make medical decisions that overrule professional medical providers. Legal liability. If the private security guard prevented an EMT from providing medical care to an unconscious victim, they could potentially be held liable for patient's outcome, which could lead to severe legal consequences, including civil lawsuits and potentially criminal charges. Exceptions, safety. The only legitimate reason a security person or anyone else, including law enforcement, could temporarily delay care is if the scene is unsafe. Ongoing violence, active fire, chemical hazard, until the area is secured. Once the scene is safe, medical care must be allowed. In an emergency involving an incapacitated patient, the EMT's medical judgment and the principle of implied consent have legal precedence over a private security guard's directives. The EMT should request law enforcement if the security guard becomes a physical impediment to providing care. Who was the healthcare officer for the Charlie Kirk UVU event 9/10/2025? The reports from the September 10th, 2025 Charlie Kirk event at Utah Valley University UVU do not name a specific individual as the health officer. They do detail a medical personnel and security leadership present during the incident. Medical personnel on site. Turning Point USA reported that 2 UVU emergency medical personnel were on site during the event. They were not accompanied by an ambulance, as university planning documents initially estimated a smaller crowd and did not deem additional medical services EMS necessary. Turning Point USA staff team or safety team, in addition to university staff, Kirk's private security team consisted of 12 personnel, including ex-military and law enforcement members, trained in field dressing and equipped with full emergency medical kits. Secure leadership. The overall security detail was overseen by UVU Chief of Police Jeff Long, who coordinated Kirk's lead security director. All righty. Let me end that share. Let me get ready for some other things that I've got here. Bear with me, folks. Get set up here. I know this is a lot. It is what it is, y'all. Okay. Share screen. And let me get my doodad right. Okay, who is responsible for a trauma patient in Utah? A Utah licensed EMT or an out-of-state licensed EMT if both are on scene? Good question. The answer depends on a few legal regulatory details, and there is a framework in Bureau of Emergency Medical Services BEMS Utah law that addresses when an out-of-state EMT can lawfully provide care in Utah. EMS.utah.gov. Here's how it works, and therefore who is responsible for the patient depending on circumstances. If the out-of-state EMT is working under a valid compact privilege, Utah is a member of the EMS Compact replica, emscompact.gov. Under the compact, a licensed EMS clinician from another compact member state may practice in Utah if they have a valid privilege to practice RTP and are affiliated with a Utah authorized EMS agency, emscompact.gov. In that case, the out-of-state EMT with valid PTP and proper affiliation is legally authorized to treat patients in Utah. Their care is governed by Utah's EMS law, protocols, and the supervising physician medical director for that agency, ems.utah.gov. Thus, if the out-of-state EMT properly credentialed under EMS Compact and affiliated, they can be responsible for the trauma patient just as a Utah licensed EMT could be. If the out-of-state EMT does not have a valid Utah affiliation or valid compact privileges, the practice in Utah EMS personnel need either a Utah license or, if out of state, a valid compact privilege with proper agency affiliation, ems.utah.gov. If the conditions are not met, then the out-of-state EMT is likely not legally authorized to provide patient care in Utah under normal circumstances. In this case, the only licensed EMT in state, the Utah licensed EMT, would bear responsibility for patient care under Utah law and EMS regulations. Practical operational considerations. Even with a valid compact PTP, the out-of-state EMT must follow Utah's EMS protocols, be registered with the Utah licensed agency, and operate under the agency medical director, ems.utah.gov. The agency or local EMS provider bears responsibility for ensuring personnel on scene are properly licensed or privileged and affiliated, ems.utah.gov. Also, per the Compact's design, Utah, the remote state, remains the authority to investigate or discipline EMS clinicians operating under compact privileges in Utah, emscompact.gov. Summary, who is responsible? Question. If the out-of-state EMT is a valid compact privilege to practice, it is affiliated with a Utah EMS agency, then that out-of-state EMT is legally permitted to manage care and thus can be responsible for the trauma patient. If not, then only the Utah licensed EMT, i.e., someone licensed directly by Utah BEMS, is legally responsible for patient care. If you blah blah blah. Okay, they don't need that. All right, let me get rid of that business. And let me get up my next set of business here, whatever it is. Whew. Okay, let me present the screen. And get my doodad ready. Okay, get a little swig of hooch. Sweet tea, nectar of the gods. The statement, EMTs in Utah cannot stop CPR and life support measures until a physician tells them to stop, is not entirely accurate. Utah EMS personnel operate under approved protocols that allow them to withhold or terminate resuscitation efforts in specific defined circumstances, often in consultation with online medical control, OLMC. Circumstances for withholding or terminating resuscitation. Utah EMS protocol guidelines permit the withholding or termination of resuscitation efforts in the following situations, among others: obvious signs of irreversible death. This includes decapitation, transection, hemocorpora something, or basically, I think you're cut in half, rigor mortis, decomposition, and dependent lividity. Valid advance directives. If a patient has a valid do not resuscitate DNR order or in a physician provider order for life sustaining treatment, POLST, form that indicates no resuscitation is desired. Specific arrest criteria for adult patients who are, I can't even see that, epinetic, I'm not a medical person, and pulseless, with an individual rhythm of Aristole, termination may be considered after 20 minutes of on-scene advanced life support, ALS, if certain criteria are met, such as the arrest are not being witnessed by EMS personnel and no return of spontaneous circulation, ROSC. Traumatic arrest. Resuscitation efforts may be withheld for patients with fatal wounds or terminated for blunt trauma patients who are epinetic, pulseless, and without organized cardiac activity on arrival. Online medical control, OLMC order, a verbal order from a licensed physician in the state of Utah, either present on scene or via OLMC, can direct the termination efforts. Family request with concurrence of OLMC, in some cases involving a known chronic or terminal illness. Immediate family members can request that CPR not be started with the full agreement of all relatives and EMS personnel on scene and with the concurrence of OLMC. In cases where none of these specific criteria are met and no valid DNR POLST is present, EMS personnel must initiate and continue CPR and transport the patient to a hospital, maintaining contact with medical controls as needed until a physician officially assumes care and makes a different determination. Okay, let me stop that screen and get ready for the next one. Okay. Let me shiz this screen and get my doodad right. Okay. Okay. Question: if an EMT sees a patient in trauma that needs medical care, does this legally qualify as patient contact? Yes. If an EMT sees a patient in trauma who needs medical care, this typically qualifies as patient contact for legal and documentation purposes. Here is why. Definition of patient contact: many EMS policies define patient contact as visual, verbal, and any other interaction with an individual who meets the criteria for a patient, i.e., someone who is ill, injured, or has a complaint. Seeing a person with obvious trauma meets this criteria as an observable assessment. Assessment by observation, even without physical touch. Valuable assessment information can be gathered through observation, e.g., breathing effort, major bleeding, mental status. This information is part of the patient's encounter and must be documented. Duty to act. Once EMS personnel arrive on scene and a patient is identified, they generally have a legal duty to act. This duty involves performing an assessment and providing appropriate treatment for transport. The initiation of this duty essentially establishes the provider-patient relationship, documentation, and liability. A patient care report, PCR, must be completed for a patient contact. Even if the patient refuses further care or transport, a refusal of medical aid, RMA, proper documentation is critical, as a lack of it can be a significant liability and potential negligence cases. In essence, the act of an on-duty EMT observing a patient who clearly needs medical attention triggers a professional and legal obligation to interact and document the encounter, thus qualifying it as a patient contact. And to me, that tells me that there should be documentation that was done up by Connor Doherty and EMT number 1 and EMT number 2 by UVU University. I think there should be documentation for that. That should be, around somewhere. So let's get ready for my next share. Let's see. Sorry, folks. This is ruthless, but it is what it is. Deal with it. Make sure my doodad's right. Doodad's right. Okay. This is a Utah EMS protocol guidelines. I'm not going to read this whole thing. I'm going to scroll it down. You can look for this. Let's see. This symbol in yellow highlighted instructions precedes any treatment that requires OLMC prior to initiating the treatment unless otherwise specified. I think there's let me scroll down here. I think there was some things I wanted to share, and I think they're in yellow, but I think they did it in yellow that I wanted to read. But let me scroll down here. Bear with the bigs. Let's see. Death determination and termination of resuscitation, all providers. General crime scene management principles as appropriate. Treatment plan. EMS may withhold initiation of resuscitation when bodily injury or condition incompatible with life, such as obvious death, decomposition, and rigor mortis, obvious fatal wounds without signs of life, dependent livability. Any patient who is apnetic, I am not pronouncing it right, pulseless, and has an initial rhythm of Aristotle, who has also had an unwitnessed arrest and an estimated time interval of greater than 15 minutes from collapse of the initiation of CPR, could not have resuscitation started within 15 minutes of arrest due to scene difficulties such as extrication, location, or unsafe environment. Okay. Experienced a traumatic arrest and all signs of life are absent, including pupillary reflexes, spontaneous movement, response to pain, spontaneous respirations, organized electrical activity on cardiac monitor. Termination of CPR may be done in any or all the following circumstances with the concurrence of OLMC, a minimum duration professional resuscitative efforts of 20 minutes for non-shockable rhythms and 40 minutes for shockable rhythms, non-including bystander CPR. A valid DNR or POLST form is discovered after resuscitative efforts were initiated. Resuscitative efforts were initiated when criteria to not resuscitate were present as above. A verbal order pronouncing the patient dead by licensed physician in the state of Utah who arrives on scene. Adult cardiac arrest resuscitation attempts may be terminated if all the following criteria are met. Arrest was not witnessed by EMS personnel. No shockable rhythm was identified at any time during the resuscitation. No ROSC occurred at any time during the resuscitation. Must contact OLMC for approval prior to termination of resuscitation efforts. Key points. There will always be patients and circumstances that deserve special considerations. Pediatric drowning or pregnant patients, for instance. OLMC should be consulted if there are ever any questions. Always be sensitive to the patient's desires, family concerns, and on-scene environment to ensure an understanding by all who observe your actions that everything that could and should have been done to resuscitate the patient was done. All right. let me scroll down here, see if there's anything else. There's a lot of, this is like a very in-depth PDF, and it's a lot of stuff that, it's important stuff, but it's not important to our investigation here. I don't think there's really anything else that I wanted to read in here. Wait a minute, what was that? Let's see. General approach trauma patient care guidelines. Early notification allows the receiving physician to activate the receiving hospital's trauma alert system. Providers should describe vital signs, including GCS/AVPU injuries, mechanism of injury, and any complicating factors that will affect treatment as per the trauma field triage guidelines, so that the hospital may activate the appropriate level of trauma response. That is important. See, if the EMTs had got into the SUV, they would have been able to talk to the hospital with their radios and give them this information so the trauma team could prepare for their arrival. When they arrived at the hospital in the SUV, they did not know they were coming. An ambulance was called for by the EMTs, but the hospital was not contacted. Okay, they contacted the ambulance, and the job would have been for the ambulance to call and inform them, or the EMTs to call and inform them on the way. But they weren't allowed to do that because they had Frank Turk in there giving CPR. Well, I mean, wait, Brian Harpel says he didn't give CPR. I'm a little confused. Which is it? Did he give CPR? Did he not give CPR? Let's see. Withholding and termination of resuscitative efforts. Resuscitative efforts should be withheld for trauma patients with the following: decapitation, transection of trunk. Basically, I think you're cut in half. Signs of rigor mortis depend on lividity. Blunt trauma patients who are apneic pulses and have no organized activity on the cardiac monitor. Resuscitative efforts may be terminated in patients with traumatic arrests who have no return to spontaneous circulation after 15-30 minutes of resuscitative efforts, include CPR. Blah, blah, blah. I think that's for pediatrics. I don't know. Stuff's above my pay grade, y'all. This is this falls under medical wall stuff. Okay, this is just not something I can only go so far with this to where I'm kind of spinning my wheels, but I'm gonna go as far as I can. Y'all know how I do. I go all in. When I go in, I go all in. It may be annoying, but it's my way. It's how I roll. I give you everything I got. Okay. As annoying as it is, as long as it takes, I do what I got to do. UVU Emergency Response Team, Utah Valley University. Utah Valley University Emergency Medical Service Standard Operating Procedures. This is revised January 2025. Let's see if we can find. Let me see if I can scroll down a little faster here. Okay. Team goal. The goal of the UVU EMS is to provide effective emergency service to anyone in need of emergent medical care on UVU main campus, which clearly we are qualified during this event. Minimum staffing. To be in service, UVU EMS requires a minimum of 2 licensed emergency medical technicians, EMT, one of whom must have complete probation. One of whom must have completed probation. This applies to regularly scheduled shifts, and UVU event shifts. Alrighty. UVU EMS stations and office operations. UVU EMS has 2 stations. Station 1 is located in the Student Center Building Room 108H, SC 108H. Station 2 is in UCCU Center First Aid Office, EC 188C. Due to the confidential nature of patient records and the presence of medications, the EMS station must be kept secure. Alrighty. State of readiness. The on-duty crew must always maintain the ability to respond to an emergency without unreasonable delay. This means ensuring that response bags are stocked appropriately. Well, we know they had response bags. UVU EMS uniform. All members while on shift are required to wear the approved uniforms. The approved uniform includes a probationary t-shirt or the post-probationary polo, blue or black pants, and black professional closed-toe shoes. The team lead reserves the right of uniform approval and or disapproval. And just a note here, Connor Doherty was not wearing black shoes. He was wearing white shoes. So, might want to tighten up there, Connor. Probationary team members are not permitted to wear post-probation polo, post-probationary team members are permitted to wear the probationary t-shirt while their polo is unavailable. Shirts and pants must be clean and in good repair. Shirts must be tucked in. Individual members are responsible for all other items of clothing. It is encouraged but not required that team members purchase a pair of black EMS boots and dark blue EMS pants. Let's see. Team member qualifications. To be a member of UVU EMS, person must have an active EMT, EMT or paramedic license in the state of Utah. CPR certification from an agency approved by the team lead. CFR, EMT, AEMT, and paramedic certifications do not imply CPR certification and are not acceptable substitutes for valid and current CPR certification. If a prospective member does not have a CPR card, they will be required to obtain one within 1 semester of joining the team. They cannot pass probation without CPR certification. All right. What else we got? Anything? Let me go. Okay. All members in active duty status must be able to assess safety of the scene, gain access to the patient, and assess extent of injury or illness. Communicate with the dispatcher requesting additional assistance or services as necessary. Determine nature of injury, nature of illness or mechanisms of injury. Provide emergency care following Utah County Clinical Operation Guidelines, UCCOGS. Assess and monitor vital signs and general appearance of patient. Make determination regarding patient status and need for emergency medical care, emergency medical transport using established criteria contained within this document and the UCCOGS. Assist with lifting, carrying, and properly loading patients into and out of the vehicle. Maintains patient safety from injury while moving or debilitating a patient. Report nature of injury or illness to receiving agency, i.e. call the damn hospital and talk to them, which they couldn't do because they were, not in the SUV. Request OFD response for medical direction and carries out medical controls, orders, and directed by OFD. That would be Orem Fire Department. Responsibility of team lead. The team lead shall be responsible for the day-to-day operations of UVU EMS. The team lead will delegate tasks and duties when needed. If possible, the team lead will act in its best interest of UVU EMS and its members. Chain of command. The chain of command at an emergency scene as permitting to medical care prior to the arrival of the incoming transport agency will be as followed. Team lead, assistant leads, training officers, post-probation, on-duty crew with highest level of certification or paramedic. Whoa, what the world was that? That was super weird. I don't know why I did that. What the hell was that about? Oh, boy. I don't know why I did that. That was really weird. Sorry, folks. For medical emergency reported to you via EMS that have not already been reported by 911 or the telephone number. The providers will notify UVU dispatch by radio or initiate a call for medical services. If there is an indication of injuries by some type of weapon and or violence, the providers will be directed by UVU dispatch to stage in an area until a code 4 is given from officers on the scene. If no staging location is designated by UVU dispatch, the providers will choose a safe staging location and inform UVU dispatch of the chosen location. Upon patient contact, providers will assess the initial patient's condition. If the provider's judgment is that advanced life support, ALS, care, or hospital transport is needed, the provider will request OFD, cease standby, and respond to the scene. OFD being Orem Fire Department. When a provider is approached by an ill or injured person, an initial patient assessment will be performed. The team will decide if the illness or injury is emergent. If the illness or injury is emergent, the provider will notify UVU dispatch and request to be put on call. If the patient's condition indicates a need for hospital transport by ambulance or ALS care, the patient requests an ambulance. The provider will request OFD response. Emergent patient care. Emergent patients will be defined as any of the following: in need of vital sign assessment, in need of assessment by advanced life support ALS providers, in need of transport to a hospital, any injury or illness of the head, neck, or body, trunk, chest, abdomen, or pelvis. If the provider's judgment is that they are an emergent patient, even if they do not meet the above criteria. Request for ALS response. Because UVU exists within Orem City, the closest ALS ambulance will be from the Orem Fire Department. Medic Ambulance 31, 33, and 34 are the closest station ALS ambulances to UVU. Providers can request OFD response for assistance at their discretion. Providers will request an ALS response for any of the patient's presentations listed below: chest pain, difficulty breathing, suspected stroke, cardiac arrest, unconscious, unresponsive, syncope, loss of consciousness, abnormal or altered mental status, seizure. Provider judgment that ALS care is needed. Scene release of patient. Providers can have a patient signed for release into care of self if the following requirements are met. The patient is GCS 15 alert and oriented to the situation. No physical finding or evidence of illness or injury may impair their ability to understand and evaluate their current situation. The patient must be informed that 1, they can call 911 again for any reason, anytime, and that 2, they need to be seen by their physician as soon as possible or be driven by another person to the emergency department as soon as possible. Let's see if we got anything else. Equipment list for approach bags. As required by Utah Bureau of Emergency Medical Service, BEMS, the following items will be in approach bags at all times. If an item is used during a call, the crew must replace used items as soon as possible. The crew will be out of service until restocking has occurred. 1, UVU EMS will only transmit communications over UVU med radio frequency. No transmissions are to be sent over the Orem Fire 1 radio frequency, which is why we do not have the radio logs for UVU med, because the only logs that have been released are the 911 radio logs, and Orem Fire was patched into that. They did not patch in UVU med until about 5 minutes after, and at that point, the whole damn thing was over. In addition to any patient information updates, providers in response to call will notify the UVU dispatch when they are on scene, clear of a scene, and available. If pertinent information needs to be relayed over Orem Fire Department or any other responding units, providers will communicate the message to UVU dispatch, who will relay information to the appropriate entities as requested, which is what happened here. UVU dispatched called the 911 dispatch and told them we need an ambulance. We have an event. We have a active shooter. And then at some point, about 5 minutes in, they patched in the UVU dispatch. General crime scene operations. While operating a crime scene or suspected crime scene, the provider's responsibility is to render emergency medical care to individuals in need of care. Do not offer information or observations to those who do not have legal need for such information or observations. Restrict comments and opinions to known facts when speaking to other authorities. Do not offer information to unauthorized parties such as media, civilians, or other agencies, as this may impede the investigation. Complete all PCRs and related records pertaining to the incident accurately, using specific language to indicate the position in which the patient was found, the presence of visible wounds, and other pertinent data, including clinical information that led to the decision to withhold resuscitative measures. Other healthcare professionals at the scene. In any event where a healthcare professional other than a physician or medical director with physical credentials, Utah licensed EMS provider, are to maintain responsibility for patient care. This is just stuff that as I read through here, that I thought was pertinent to this investigation. Let's scroll down some more. What was that? Gloves. Gloves are to be worn with every patient contact. Remember, Connor Doherty was wearing his gloves. So that means he made patient contact, even though he did not touch Charlie Kirk. They do not put on the gloves until they make patient contact. So that's very telling. It's the little things that matter. UVU, UCCU event standby operations. UVU events. Any organization or department requesting the service of UVU EMS coverage must submit a written request to UVU EMS office detailing date, time, and type of event at least 2 weeks prior to the event. Denial of service request will be authorized by the Director of Emergency Management. Minimum event staffing is 2 EMTs, which is exactly what they gave them. Police officers are responsible for scene management. UVU EMS is responsible for patient care. Upon arrival to the scene of emergency call, the highest certification post-probationary team members shall make the determination needed. Okay, so that is the end of that business. All right. I tell you what, I'm gonna take a very short break. Let the dog out real quick and put some wood on the fire. It's getting a little cold here. We got a storm coming in, so give me just a few minutes, y'all. Okay, everybody, we're back. We actually have snow here today, so that's pretty cool. Let me share the next screen. I know this is painful, y'all, but it's got to be done. I appreciate y'all hanging with me. Let me get my doodad right. Okay. Professional conduct and code of ethics for EMS providers policy, professional conduct of ethics for EMS providers, purpose and standard to define the professional conduct and code of ethics expected of all EMS providers licensed by the state of Utah. Policy scope, professional conduct and code of ethics for EMS providers who are licensed by the state of Utah is not all encompassing, but is a framework for all licensed EMS providers to adhere to, regardless of status, student, layperson, or professional. Professional conduct and code of ethics for EMR, EMT, AEMT, EMT-IA, and paramedic. Code of ethics applies to all pre-hospital providers. As an EMS provider licensed within the state of Utah, I solemnly pledge myself to the following code of professional ethics. The EMS provider has an obligation to protect the public by not delegating to a person less qualified any service which requires the professional competence of an EMS professional. All righty, let's get to our next thing here. Oh, sorry. Let's see. Buttons aren't toys. Get rid of that. And share the next thing. And get my doodad right. And okay. Health and Human Services, Population Health, Environmental Health, Temporary Mass Gathering Sanitation. This rule establishes minimum standards for the sanitation, operation, and maintenance of a temporary mass gathering to protect, preserve, and promote the health and safety of the public, reduce hazards to the health and environment, promote the general welfare of the public. This is the temporary mass gathering requirements, form number R392-400 for the state of Utah. R392-400-2 excuse me, I'm getting tired. Unless exempted from subsection 2, this rule applies to any person who owns or operates a temporary mass gathering defined. Emergency medical providers means the same as emergency medical service provider as defined in section 226B 4-4-01. First aid station means a temporary or permanent enclosed space or structure where a person can receive first aid and emergency medical care. Local health officer means the health officer of the local health department having jurisdiction or a designated representative. This might be what Brian Harpole was talking about, the local health officer. Might be from the local health department. That's interesting lead right there. Operator means a person who represents a group, corporation, partnership, governing body, association, or other public or private organization legally responsible for obtaining the necessary permits for the overall operation of a temporary mass gathering. Temporary mass gathering or gathering means an actual or reasonably anticipated assembly of 1,000 or more people, which this event clearly qualified for, which continues or can reasonably be expected to continue for 2 or more hours a day at a site or sites for the purpose different from the design use and usual type of occupancy. I think this event qualified for that. R392-400-4 permit to operate required. A person may not operate a temporary mass gathering without a valid written permit issued by the local health officer. R392-400-5 gathering operator required on site. The operator or the operator's designee shall be present at the gathering during operating hours. R392-400-6 permit application requires the local health officer shall provide or prescribe the application process and shall require the applicant to submit an application at least 15 days before the first advertisement of the gathering, or at least 30 days before the first day of the gathering. The local health officer may grant an exception to this requirement on a case-by-case basis because of the nature of the event, scarcity of problems associated with the event in the past, or other public health related criteria. An application for the permit shall be submitted to the local health officer and include the following information: name, address, telephone number, and email of the operator, number of people expected to attend the gathering, a description of the type of gathering to be held with the date range and times of the gathering will be held, estimated length of stay of attendees, name, addresses, telephone numbers, and email of property owner, the location of the gathering, the site plan delineating the area where the gathering shall be held, including the following: location of operator's headquarters at the gathering, location of each parking area designated for the gathering under the operator's control, and the location of each first aid station emergency medical provider, the total number of qualifications of first aid station personnel, an emergency medical services operational plan, and the contact information of the emergency medical provider, and any other information specifically requested by the local health officer as necessary to protect the public health. R392-400-11 emergency medical requirements. Hey, you're going to have to just zip it. I ain't in the mood. The operator shall ensure that the gathering has at least one first aid station. Emergency medical care and necessary supplies and equipment are provided as determined by the local health officer and emergency medical provider and the emergency medical operations plan. First aid stations afford privacy to a person receiving care or treatment. First aid stations are the sufficient size to accommodate the number of caregivers required and predicted number of sick or injured persons. First aid stations are strategically located to provide expedient medical care for those attending or participating in the gathering. First aid stations are easily accessible by emergency vehicles. Emergency medical provider is provided with a map of the gathering site that includes location of first aid stations, emergency vehicle ingress and egress routes, landing zones if applicable, and rendezvous locations. A first aid station that is clearly marked and identifiable as a first aid station is provided. Medical staff have access to telephones, radios to contact outside emergency medical services. The staff person in charge of first aid station keeps accurate records of patients and treatment, and the local health officer is notified of each case involving serious injury or communicable disease in accordance with Rule R386-702, communicable disease, and Rule number R386-703, injury reporting. The local health officer or emergency medical provider may require more than one first aid station, additional medical services personnel as deemed necessary, or the operator to provide dedicated standby ambulances and personnel at the gathering. Here is a table of toilet requirements. Okay, so that's that. We don't need toilet requirements. We don't need no stinking toilets. All right, and hush it, I ain't in the mood. Let's see. Here, have a biscuit. Go. Here, eat that and just hush. I got no time for it. Too much to do here. Especially, let's see. Hold on. Y'all want to get the doodad going. Okay, special event medical guidelines. Special events that meet permit thresholds must have a medical plan. The most basic plan for small events with low medical risk assessments is the designation of an event representative to call 911 and a representative on site with CPR training certification. Events with higher potential risk are required to implement an appropriate medical plan that addresses the specific needs of the attendees and or participants. To assist you in determining the appropriate type of medical service for your event, the following matrix was developed, which can be used as a guideline in determining your medical needs. Emergency medical service resource matrix. And this gives you a chart of how they kind of figure up what you need. And you see here knowledge of 911 of CPR, basic first aid stations, mobile first aid teams, ALS first aid stations, ambulance, mobile ALS team, on-site physicians, anticipated crowd size, event type. If it is your responsibility to ensure that all privately provided medical support personnel, whether paid or volunteer, has appropriate licensing, certificates, and insurance to provide services at your event. Medical plans should include name and contact numbers for the medical service vendor, names and certification of the medical providers. All right, so that's the end of that one. All right, and let me see what else we got here. Okie dokie. So we've gone through all that, which is good. And all right, we're getting down to it, y'all. Let me share this. We're getting down to it. I know y'all about tired of this shit. Okay, wait a minute. Goodness. I'm having trouble getting my thing going. Okay, this is that picture of Connor Doherty doing the mass casualty event. I'm kind of wondering, and I can't say for sure, but this guy sure does look like EMT too. It's hard to tell. And he does have on a different kind of shirt than Connor Doherty, but it kind of does look like that guy. So he may have been on there too. I haven't determined that yet. This is a picture of Connor Doherty that was found. Here's some more pictures of Connor Doherty. And he's a good-looking fellow. He's a nice Mormon boy. Here's another image. Connor Doherty, student researcher at Utah Valley University, EMT supervisor and vascular assess specialist for University of Utah Hospital, student researcher, Utah Valley University, EMT supervisor, blah, 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 blah. I am a dedicated, driven pre-medical student. This is earlier. That's him. We've already seen that. Connor Doherty, student researcher at Utah Valley University, EMT supervisor and vascular assess specialist for the University of Utah. Here is his information page. Connor Doherty. Here is emergency medical technician supervisor at University of Utah. Let's see, Connor Doherty, South Jordan, Utah. Connor Doherty work. Emergency 2020-40 now. Emergency medical technician supervisor, University of Utah. 2021 to 2024, shock and trauma ICU, critical care EMT, Intermountain Health. 22 to 2023, pediatric anesthesia monitoring tech, Intermountain Health. Connor Doherty's education, Utah Valley University. So he went to UVU, Bachelor of Science, BS Microbiology and Immune Biology, pre-medicine 2021 to 2026. Jordan Applied Technical College, emergency medical technician 2018-2019. Bingham High School, goes diploma. Connor Doherty skills, U.S. National Registry of Emergency Medical Technicians, NREMT, Advanced Cardiac Life Support, ACLS, Emergency Resuscitation. Connor Doherty summary. Connor Doherty is based in South Jordan, Utah, U.S. is currently emergency medical technician supervisor at University of Utah Health. Connor Doherty brings experience from previous roles at Intermountain Health. Connor Doherty holds a 2021 to 2026 Bachelor of Science, BS in Microbiology, Immune Biology, Pre-Medicine, Utah Valley University, with a robust skill set that includes U.S. National Registry of emergency medical technicians, NREMT, advanced cardiac life support, ACLS, emergency resuscitation, anesthesia monitoring, pediatric advanced life support, PALS, and more. Connor Doherty has 2 emails on Rockreach. University of Utah Information Technology Campus Directory. Connor Doherty, vascular assess technician P. This is his email, u11506111@utah.edu. Department VUH or UH, it's hard to see. OPC 29E Emergency Service Event Management. That's his phone number, location, University Hospital. This is his address at his work, department ID 91698, vascular assess technician PICC, Department of VUH IPC 25B vascular access. There's a phone number, office George S. and Dolores Door ECC Doherty Connor. That's the address, department ID 91005. What else we got? UVU, Utah Valley University, Connor Doherty, student researcher at Utah Valley University, EMT supervisor, vascular SS specialist for University of Utah Hospital, South Jordan, Utah, United States. He's got 277 followers, 263 connections, blah, blah, blah. About I am dedicated, driven pre-medical student with a strong background in clinical experience, research, and leadership, passionate about emergency and intensive care medicine, patient care, and advanced medical knowledge through research and hands-on learning experience, extensive involvement in academic and service organizations, demonstrating a commitment to both scientific and inquiry and community service, seeking to leverage my experiences in medical school to become a compassionate and skilled physician. Activity Adobe Intern Summit 2025 just wrapped up an incredible week. Like, okay, so that's something he's liking. That's not important. Experience University of Utah Health, 1 year, 10 months. PICC, a vascular access technician, July 2025 to present, 4 months. Emergency medical technician supervisor, January 2024 to present, 1 year, 10 months. Salt Lake City metropolitan area emergency medical technician for University of Utah Advanced Medical Service at location the Delta Center, Rio Tinto Stadium, Zions Bank Field, that are sponsored by University of Utah Health to provide immediate emergency care to bystanders and personnel during games, concerts, events. I supervise other EMTs providing direction, education, training, and medical support. Intermountain Health, 2 years, 7 months. Shock trauma ICU critical care EMT, August 2021 to February 2024, 2 years, 7 months. Murray, Utah, United States. Work in shock trauma intensive care unit at Intermountain Medical Center. Responder with the rapid response team and mass transfusion protocol. Pediatric anesthesia monitoring tech, January 22 to 23, 1 year, 1 month. Salt Lake City, Utah. Education, Utah Valley University. Got a bachelor BS microbiology, marine biology, pre-medicine, 3.94, 21-26. Activities of societies. Research in cancer, etymology, and drug-resistant bacteria. Vice president of Alpha Sigma Theta chapter, Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society. So he was a frat boy. Jordan Applied Technical College, emergency medical technician, 2018 to 2019. He went high school, volunteer experience, emergency medical technician, American Red Cross, May 2022 to present, 3 years, 6 months. Disaster and humanitarian relief, respond to national disasters all over U.S. and render medical aid in conjunction with local medical services and government agencies. French translation and interpretation, Salt Lake City International Airport. So there you go, Candace. There's your French connection. I got another one for you. August 2022 to 2024, 2 years volunteer translator for international commuters traveling through Salt Lake City International Airport. Missionary, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, July 2019 to 2021, 2 years and 1 month, volunteer full-time missionary for 2 years. There'll be more on that. Vice President, Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society International, 2023 to present, 2 years, 10 months, education, Alpha Sigma Theta chapter at UVU. Volunteer medic at Youth Making a Difference, YMAD, Disaster and Humanitarian Relief. Youth Making a Difference is a non-denominational youth group that leads humanitarian efforts in rural areas in India. With this, I went through their years worth of leadership training, learning, integrity, responsibility, how to lead, accountability, compassion, and more. Both of my 2019 and 2024 groups went to Kulu, India, where we went to elementary schools at the foothills of the Himalayas and taught English to the students while I performed medical assessments on the school students. Cuts it off there. Research Ambassador, Pre-Medical Association at UVU, May 2024 to present, 1 year, 6 months. Volunteer EMT, Utah Valley University, 2024 to present, 11 months. Health, volunteer EMT for Utah Valley University on their campus EMS unit. State of Utah representative, Tiny Tots Health Initiative, May 2025 to present, 8 months. Health, nationwide health initiative to help serve the needs of children in low-income, minority-based population, improve their quality of life to decrease health disparities. Project Cancer Etymology and Antibiotic-Resistant Bacteria, May 2023. Work at Play. Chapter officers of Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society went to Ghana to study how electricity availability impacts the educational quality of children in remote villages of Ghana. Our group traveled to Ghana in March 2023 to conduct surveys, interviews with local villagers, and construct school water bores and bathrooms. Water bores. We also teamed up with Empowered Playgrounds Inc., local nonprofit from Provo, Utah, to construct a merry-go-round that charges lanterns for school children to take home and use. This guy's a freaking Boy Scout. Honors and awards, College of Science Dean's List, Utah Valley University, 2025. Dean's List for high academic achievement in the fall of 2024 semester. Dean's List for Dr. Daniel Horns, Dean of College of Science, May 2023. Dean's List of high academic awards given to students who achieved high GPA during semester and maintained exceptional performances. Languages, French, native or bilingual proficiency. German, limited working proficiency. Dutch, limited working proficiency. All right, what else we got? Connor Doherty, PICC, and Vascular Access Tech at University of Utah Health. Got part of an email there. Who is Connor Doherty? Connor Doherty is emergency medical technician, supervisor, University of Utah Health, providing immediate emergency medical care or emergency care at university-sponsored events. They supervise other EMTs, providing direction, education, training, and medical support. Prior to this, Connor contributed Intermountain Healthcare with shock and trauma ICU as critical care EMT. Their work history includes a role as pediatric anesthesia monitoring tech at Intermountain Healthcare, demonstrating versatile expertise across clinical care settings. Connor's background includes certification emergency medical technician from Jordan Applied Technical College. They also are pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree from Utah Valley University. I think we're, let's see. Just looking for anything that's like important here. Work experience. I think we've already covered this stuff, but it's logged here again. Public personnel lookup for this is on the DPS Utah. This is basically a lookup for Connor Doherty's EMT license. Connor Doherty, and I got it right here. Connor Doherty, license number 201-903-3110. Primary license level EMT. Expiration date 3/31/2026. Current user status, account active within system. Certification status active. So he is active licensed EMT in the state of Utah. Public personnel lookup detail. Active account within system. Personnel Connor Doherty. Certification date 12/1/2023. License number 201-903-3110. National EMS ID 256748774742. License level EMT. Expiration date 3/31/26. Certification status active. Certifications category EMS professional, National Registry E3791730 EMT. This is this is his YouTube channel, Connor Doherty. And he has a video of him washing his hands as a for school credit, some kind of school credit. It doesn't show him on camera, but it is him. If you're interested in watching Connor Doherty wash his hands, he has a YouTube channel. This is interesting. This is on I believe Instagram. This is Elder Doherty. Now, Elder Doherty is per his Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints affiliation. Missionnaire pour, I can't even read this, de Jesus Christ La Mission France de Lyon. Now, I looked this up. Basically, this dude went to France to do his missionary work. So there is a French connection. I know Candace Owens loves French connection. There's your French connection, your second French connection. Elder Doherty, missionary, Elder Connor Doherty, mission, France, Lyon, mission language, French. Current area, Lyon, France. MTC, entry date, 7/31/2019. Expected release date, 7/31/2021. And that's what I got on that. So let's remove that. And let me check here. Okay. I think I got that gone through. All right. I think that is good. Okay. I think that I've gone through all the data that I have. I'm asking, a bigger voice than mine to just pick up where I left off. I'm giving you everything I got. I'm not saying that any of these people are guilty. I am saying that either Frank Turek or Brian Harple is lying about the CPR. One of them is lying. I don't know which, but I don't know if anybody has broken any laws. I'm not accusing anybody of breaking any laws, but I think that this needs to be looked into much deeper. If you have any questions, shout out now. Other than that, we're gonna get ready to go and make some snow cream because Beagle's ready for some snow cream. Thank you, Steps, for hanging out. I see Hippie Shake still with us. I see Odin Raven's been hanging out. Sig Sar was hanging with us. I know I'm putting a lot of y'all to sleep at this point, but I wanted to get that off my plate, and now I can walk away from it. I don't feel that I can be of any more help on this investigation. I think I've done all I can do. I'm not seeing any questions coming in. If you have any questions you'd like to ask, you can put them in the comment section. And I will try to answer them best I can. I appreciate all of you for hanging out tonight, and I hope that this helps anybody that's doing investigation work into the Charlie Kirk EMT situation. And I thank you all, and we're going to go have us some snow cream, and if the power stays up, the internet stays up, I will try to do a regular show tomorrow night, and we will see you then. And I really appreciate all of you for sticking with me. Good night. Love, Biggs.
This motherfucker don't miss.
No, he's fucking good.
That motherfucker don't miss, man.
He's good.
In the heat of battle, he don't miss.
No.
In the heat of controversy, he don't miss.
No.
It's a mystery. It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma. Don't you get it?
Say woof again! Say woof again!
I've got one that can see.
Welcome to the underground.
This is my kung fu, and it is strong.
See you later.